Chapter 179. Yi Tianzong had already noticed the Penglai sect when they set up the dragon-locking, god-trapping formation. Still, he wanted to experience the power of the formation for himself, which was why he went with the flow and followed the Penglai sect's people into the formation's perimeter. Once Yi Tianzong entered the range of the dragon-locking, god-trapping formation, he could clearly feel the powerful binding and sealing power around him. Not only was the space around him extremely solid and viscous due to the formation's influence, even the mana within his body was mostly sealed by the formation's power. Even with his abilities, he found it difficult to move within the formation and could not even use 1/10 of his power. Anyone else would never have been able to escape. While Yi Tianzong was trapped in the dragon-locking, god-trapping formation, the Penglai sect's 8th and 7th heaven champions who had once stayed far away from the formation gathered once again outside the formation, glaring at Yi Tianzong, who was trapped by the formation with resentment and delight. The Penglai sect champions, who were certain that Yi Tianzong would not be able to escape and thought that victory was within their grasp, were promptly relieved of the tension in their hearts caused by Yi Tianzong's pursuit. Only those who had personally fought Yi Tianzong would know what kind of tension and despair it was to face Yi Tianzong. It was fortunate that they managed to trap him in the end. The Penglai sect's chieftain's father, who had survived multiple battles, the purple-robed supreme elder of Wu Sheng's 9th heaven, glared at Yi Tianzong with cold hatred and asked coldly, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Penglai sect? Did you kill my son, Xianihai, the chieftain of the Penglai sect? Speak quickly. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you taste all kinds of punishment and make you beg for death." Yi Tianzong's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his purplish-blue demoniac face. He, you've been tricked. As long as we wipe out Wu Sheng of the 8th and 9th heaven, the entire Penglai sect would eventually be reduced to ashes by the army of the demons. K-H. With that, Yi Tianzong mustered all his strength and threw out a jade bottle of soul annihilation powder. Then, as he unleashed his final attack, he vanished from the sight of the Penglai sect and entered the immortal mansion. Seeing that it was yet another jade bottle, the people of the Penglai sect thought that Yi Tianzong was using the same trick again by using something that could induce Yuan spirit illusions. However, they were not worried because they had a peak heavenly divine artifact, the Soul Buster clock. With that careless attitude, Yi Tianzong's attack shattered the sealed jade bottle of soul annihilation powder. Soul annihilation powder was actually a very powerful poison specifically used against the Yuan spirit of martial artists. It was colorless and odorless and would rapidly evaporate once it was exposed to the air. It could spread over 100 miles in a very short time. Its effect was so overbearing that even 3rd heaven myth elites might not be able to withstand it. None of the Wu Sheng elites below the myth tier would be spared. Yi Tianzong had once used this thing to deal with the Blood God Palace in the Azure Mountains. This was the 2nd time he had used it. It just so happened that most of the experts above the 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm of the Penglai divine sect had gathered around Yi Tianzong because they thought that victory was in their hands when Yi Tianzong was trapped in the dragon-locking, god-trapping formation. Therefore, after the jade bottle had exploded, the soul annihilation powder had rapidly spread to a radius of 100 miles. All the martial saints of the Penglai divine sect who had not left suddenly felt their vision darken. Then, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, their primordial spirits had been annihilated without knowing anything. Even the Wu Sheng elites who had set up the formation were not spared, and every Wu Sheng elite within 100 miles died. It was only after half an hour in the outside world that Yi Tianzong reappeared between heaven and earth. His soul scanned the area within a radius of 10,000 li. Other than less than 500 experts of the 7th heaven's martial saint realm and above who were further away, the Penglai divine sect's over 10,000 experts of the 7th heaven's martial saint realm and above were all finished. The death of those 10,000 Wushang elites above the seventh heaven would be a blow and impact to the Penglai sect that would turn the world upside down. Without the deterrence and suppression of such a powerful force, the factions on the 10,000 islands around the Penglai sect would definitely not submit to the Penglai sect's rule. The hatred and resentment that had accumulated over countless years would definitely lead to a crusade against the Penglai sect in the future. After wiping out the high-level martial sage experts of the Penglai divine sect, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Instead, he followed the Penglai divine mountain for hundreds of miles in the form of a demon envoy. Then he poured a huge amount of mana into the Penglai divine mountain and waved his demon saber, slashing out a dark saber light that was 20 miles long. With boundless power that seemed to be able to split the world, the dark saber light that reached the sky slashed at the damaged part of the Penglai divine mountain. After unleashing that dark blade light, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Instead, he slashed out 10 more dark blade lights of the same size, creating a bottomless crack as the boundless blade light struck the Penglai divine mountain. The Penglai divine mountain, which had already been ruined beyond recognition by the battle between tens of thousands of Wushang, was directly cut in half by Yi Tianzong's slash. The towering divine mountain was split in half. Suddenly, it was as if the sky was falling down. The upper half of the Penglai divine mountain, which was more than 70 miles high, carried an unparalleled weight and boundless power that could crush everything. It directly fell down from the lower half of the mountain, which was more than 200 miles high. It smashed open an incomparably huge pit and then rolled down to the ground. When the mountain rolled down, a loud rumbling sound spread across tens of thousands of miles. At the same time, everyone on the lower half of the Penglai divine mountain stared blankly at the rolling mountain, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were empty, as if they had lost their souls. With the Penglai divine mountain cut in half and most of the sect's leaders wiped out, the faith and perseverance of every member of the Penglai sect was violently destroyed by Yi Tianzong in no time at all, leaving them at a loss for what to do. After cutting off half of the Penglai divine mountain, Yi Tianzong really did not stop this time. He did not forget that the Penglai divine sect had a heavenly divine weapon, and many myth-tier elites were waiting in the Grotto Heaven's secret realm. Yi Tianzong would not be able to stop them if the Penglai sect were to activate their heavenly divine weapon at all costs. Therefore, he simply said, "Wait for the arrival of my demon legion." Kek, 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 kek. Then he shot into the air, reaching the altitude of tens of thousands of miles, turning into a black flash and disappearing over the horizon. Yi Tianzong was flying at top speed at the altitude of tens of thousands of miles. Coupled with the profound meaning of space, he could cross tens of thousands of miles in every second, rapidly leaving the core area of the Penglai divine sect. Just over 10 seconds after Yi Tianzong left the Penglai divine mountain, a powerful presence that was not much weaker than Yi Tianzong's appeared in the heavily damaged Penglai divine sect's secret realm. After a furious roar, a middle-aged man in blue robes with a cold expression and a raging aura appeared, holding a palm-sized ancient bell in his hand as he gave chase in the direction where Yi Tianzong left. Even so, Yi Tianzong clearly knew that there could be trouble, which was why he kept flying at top speed at the altitude of tens of thousands of miles. It was clear that the powerful middle-aged man in blue robes who appeared later on in the Penglai divine sect could not keep up with Yi Tianzong in terms of speed. After giving chase for around an hour, he could not catch up and finally returned to the Penglai divine sect, which was in shambles and had suffered heavy losses. However, Yi Tianzong was not concerned about how the Penglai divine sect, which had suffered heavy losses and lost a great deal of power, would deal with the coming crusade from the tens of thousands of islands around them. His objective in coming to the Penglai divine sect had been more than accomplished, and he had even gained a lot. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was in a good mood. After flying for tens of millions of li and leaving the Penglai divine island, Yi Tianzong directly entered the boundless immortal abode to recover his dermic powers that were almost depleted. At the same time, he also checked on his gains from the Penglai Divine Sect's treasure vault. 2 days had passed in the outside world, and Yi Tianzong had stayed in the immortal mansion for 8 days. In those 8 days, Yi Tianzong first recovered his mana. After recovering to his peak condition, Yi Tianzong checked on his gains delightedly. One could tell that the results were delightful just by looking at Yi Tianzong's spirited look. The 3 treasure vaults plundered from the Penglai Divine Sect had more than twice as many items as the entire Haoranjin Sect's treasure vault put together. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicines, and exotic flowers and fruits that were hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years old. There were even more than 1,000 rare treasures and treasures of heaven and earth that were over 10,000 years old. There were also more than a dozen spiritual herbs with heaven-defying effects. Some could improve comprehension. Some could strengthen the level of the primordial spirit. Some could make up for the congenital deficiencies of martial artists. And some could directly raise Wusheng's cultivation by 3 levels without any side effects. Yi Tianzong was very surprised, and all of them were carefully planted by Yi Tianzong in the herb garden of the immortal mansion. Apart from that, there were also all kinds of refining materials, especially the specialties of the endless seas. There were also innumerable weapons, armors, and so on. There was also the 10,000 Laws Pavilion that Yi Tianzong had emptied. There were all kinds of martial arts, secret techniques, and secret manuals that explained formations. There were all kinds of things, and some of them were very helpful and enlightening to Yi Tianzong. If the Haoranjin sect had more of these things, the foundation of the entire sect would be greatly improved. Yi Tianzong, who was a little excited, left the heaven's expanse a mortal abode after changing into a stranger's face. He identified the direction and flew away from the Penglai Divine Island at a normal speed. Because he had changed his aura and appearance, Yi Tianzong was not nervous along the way, nor was he worried about being discovered by the people of the Penglai Divine Sect. Yi Tianzong flew all the way, landing on any island with martial artists to inquire if there was any news about the Penglai Divine Sect. It was clear that the Penglai Divine Sect had kept a tight lid on information, or it could be said that the low-level martial artists did not know. Either way, Yi Tianzong did not find any news about the Penglai Divine Sect's unrest. Even so, Yi Tianzong was not disappointed that there was no news, since it would be leaked sooner or later anyway. Moreover, the Penglai Divine Sect, which was severely lacking in high-end strength, would not have the courage or energy to go to the Central Plains to cause trouble for the Haoranjin sect. Just the matter of the endless seas alone was enough to keep them busy. Having nothing else to do, Yi Tianzong turned back to look in the direction of the Penglai Divine Island before turning into a stream of light and flying towards the Central Plains. Chapter 180. In less than 2 days, Yi Tianzong finally flew from the boundless seas to the Central Plains, and then took the warp portal back to the Haoranjin sect. Yi Tianzong's safe return allowed Ling Xinyue, Yi Haoran, and the other family members, as well as the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, to let go of their worries and breathed a long sigh of relief. After Yi Tianzong rested for a day, Yi Haoran and the others asked Yi Tianzong about the process of his trip to the Penglai sect. Yi Tianzong was already prepared. He did not want to repeat the same thing to others. Therefore, when he began to sneak into the Penglai sect master's room, Yi Tianzong used the luster mirror to record everything that happened in the Penglai sect. The luster mirror, on the other hand, was a mystic item that Yi Tianzong crafted based on the function of a video camera when he was still on Earth in his first life. It had the ability to record and store things. In the profound spirit world, the auxiliary items used by martial artists were divided into mortal items, spiritual items, mystic items, and divine items. Among them, mortal items, spiritual items, and mystic items were divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and pinnacle. Under normal circumstances, mortal items were suitable for people below Wuzongjing, spiritual items were suitable for people from Wuzong to Wuzun, mystic items were suitable for people of Wusheng's level, and divine items were suitable for people of myth tier and above. The luster mirror recorded all of Yi Tianzong's experiences in the Penglai sect. Except for some secret places that were deleted by Yi Tianzong, all of his other actions, including disguising himself as a demon envoy, stealing the treasury, and destroying the convention pavilion, were all recorded in the mirror. In the Haoren Hall, in front of his family and the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, Yi Tianzong took out the luster mirror and injected the mana in his body. After a burst of colorful brilliance, the luster mirror grew to a size of 3 feet and floated in the middle of the Haoren Hall. Then it began to show all of Yi Tianzong's actions after infiltrating the Penglai sect. It played for a full 6 hours before the scene recorded by the luster mirror was completed. Everyone in the Haoren Hall knew the details of Yi Tianzong's trip. After regaining their senses, the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect looked at Yi Tianzong with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Through what was recorded in the luster mirror, everyone in the Haoranjin sect knew how dangerous Yi Tianzong's trip to the Penglai sect was. When they saw more than 600 Wu Shan Ninth Heaven elites of the Penglai sect besieging Yi Tianzong, everyone in the Haoren Hall was not only shocked by the strength of the Penglai sect, but also worried about Yi Tianzong. Let alone 600. Even if there were 60 Wu Shan Ninth Heaven elites, the Haoranjin sect might not be able to withstand it without Yi Tianzong, let alone 600 attacking Yi Tianzong alone. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw that Yi Tianzong had successfully escaped from danger and caused internal strife in the Penglai sect. Later, when they saw how Yi Tianzong, as a demon, robbed the Penglai sect's treasure vault, destroyed the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, wiped out most of the Wushang 7th Heaven elites of the Penglai sect, and finally cut down the Penglai Divine Mountain, everyone was only filled with admiration and admiration for Yi Tianzong. After everyone in the Haoren Hall was done watching, Yi Tianzong put away the luster mirror and said to Yi Haoren, "Father, the Penglai sect's high-end strength has been greatly reduced. They probably won't have the time and energy to trouble us in the next decade or so. Those factions in the boundless seas that have been oppressed by the Penglai sect for a long time would never let go of such a good opportunity. The Penglai sect will be very busy. It just so happens that we can improve our strength in peace. The 3 treasure vaults and all the secret manuals in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion that we have robbed from the Penglai sect are twice as many as all the treasures in the Haoranjin sect's treasure vault combined. There are also many good things that can help everyone here improve their cultivation without any side effects. Let's take advantage of today and put these things in the sect's treasure vault." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, all the top brass of the Haoranjin sect, including Yi Haoren, looked at Yi Tianzong in disbelief. Yi Haoren looked at Yi Tianzong with some excitement and said, "Tianzong, is what you said true? You want to give the huge amount of resources and secret manuals that you have robbed from the Penglai sect to the sect?" The Penglai sect was the inheritance of the King of Gods. Since the mythological era, it had not experienced the calamity of the demon clan in the abyss. Instead, it had plundered countless resources and secret manuals from the Central Plains and the Boundless Sea. This huge amount of resources and secret manuals was more than twice the amount that the Haoranjin sect had accumulated. The Haoranjin sect's help would be immeasurable. Now that Yi Tianzong had given it to the sect so easily, the top brass of the Haoranjin sect were so excited that they did not know what to say. As the top brass of the Haoranjin sect, the people in Haoren's main hall knew how many resources there were in the 5 treasure vaults of the Haoranjin sect. It was an unimaginable amount of wealth. After all, with the teleportation formation and the supercomposite formation that could produce Vitality Dawn, True Energy Dawn, and Xianyuan Dawn, the Haoranjin sect's accumulation of wealth and speed would definitely surpass that of many holy lands. If this more than twice the amount of resources and the various secret manuals collected by the Penglai sect were added, then the foundation of the Haoranjin sect would catch up with the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. The only thing that they lacked was the top combat strength of Wushang's 7-fold heaven and above. Yi Tianzong smiled faintly and said, "Although there are a lot of resources, There are very few that are useful to me. I'll just let the sect have it. However, I can't give it to you for free. After you've finished counting these resources and secret manuals, please exchange them for merit points." Yi Haoren smiled and said, "Haha, no problem. With these resources and secret manuals, the development of our Haoranjin sect will reach another level." At the same time, the top brass of the Haoranjin sect present did not have any objections. It was just merit points. The real resources and secret manuals were the most practical. Yi Tianzong's intention was no different from giving them away for free. There was almost nothing in the entire treasure vault of the Haoranjin sect that was useful to Yi Tianzong. No matter how many merit points Yi Tianzong had, they were almost useless to him. Then Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoren, and the other top brass of the sect came to the little cave secret land that Yi Tianzong and the others had moved back from the Azure Mountains. After opening the little cave secret land that had been idle for a long time, Yi Tianzong and the people of the Haoranjin sect entered the secret land one after another. Perhaps because the little cave secret land was located on Tiangang Peak, it had received the favor and fortune of heaven and earth in the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth many times. The space that was originally only about 10 miles in radius had now expanded to 30 miles in radius. The huge space could be used to store the countless resources that Yi Tianzong had snatched from the Penglai sect. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yi Tianzong leaped into the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless colorful spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, exotic flowers and fruits, rare treasures, various refining materials, finished weapons, armors, elixirs, and other resources fell into the secret land, forming a 3,000-foot wide torrent. Because Wu Sheng had comprehended the mysteries of space, he could open up a small world in his body to store non-living things. Therefore, the people of the Haoranjin sect, including Yi Haoren, thought that the resources they had snatched from the Penglai sect were stored in the small world that Yi Tianzong had opened up. The 3,000-foot wide torrent lasted for more than half an hour before it stopped. At this time, in the entire 30-mile wide grotto secret land, countless resources were piled up in a layer that was almost 30 meters thick. At the sight of so many resources and treasures, the upper echelons of the Haoranjin sect were so happy that they almost fainted. After releasing his power, Yi Tianzong landed on the ground. Then he instructed the 8 lords of the Haoranjin sect's administration hall, merit hall, punishment hall, 100 herbs hall, array tools hall, spiritual plants hall, training hall, and examination hall to each lead 3,000 people to identify and sort out the massive amount of resources. Then he led the Scripture Hall Lord and the Elder Hall Lord, Yi Yuanshan, to the Scripture Hall of the sect and handed over all the secret manuals that he had snatched from the Penglai sect's 10,000 Laws Pavilion to them to sort them out. Chapter 181. I've caught a cold. I'm short of breath, and my mind is a little muddled. I'm not in a good state. That's 2 chapters for today. By the way, please subscribe and bookmark me. After a trip to the Penglai sect, Yi Tianzong brought back a variety of cultivation resources and secret manuals, which increased the foundation of the Haoranjin sect by several times. In the following period of time, except for the routine dispatch of forces to the Demon Slayer Alliance to fight against the Abyss demons, the entire Haoranjin sect quietly lay dormant and rapidly improved their strength. In order to fully utilize these huge resources to improve the strength of the Haoranjin sect, Yi Tianzong used what he had learned and a large number of rare materials and spiritual herbs on the Tiangang Peak to set up 5 formations to assist in cultivation: the Raging Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Sumeru Formation, the Heart Refining Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation. The Raging Fire Formation and the Xian Ice Formation were filled with high-temperature flames and extremely cold, mysterious ice, respectively, which were used to assist the Haoranjin sect's disciples in refining their bodies. The Sumeru Formation was filled with countless layers of intertwined space, which was used to assist the experts of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng to comprehend the profound meaning of space. The heart refining formation was set up to enhance the state of mind and will of the Hao Ranjin sect's disciples. Everyone who entered the heart refining formation would experience 2 reincarnations, 3 reincarnations, until they could persist for 10 reincarnations. The Wanxiang formation was set up to help the Hao Ranjin sect's disciples cultivate their martial skills and improve their combat strength. The Wanxiang formation was divided into 5 levels of difficulty. At the same time, Yi Tianzong roughly divided the combat strength of each realm of martial arts into 5 levels. They were ordinary, elite, heaven's pride, king, and supreme. Every person who entered the Wanxiang formation would face an opponent of the same level as them. They would start from the normal level. Every time they passed a level of difficulty, they would be rewarded with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divine weapons, or secret manuals. According to Yi Tianzong's classification, the normal difficulty was based on the combat power of the ordinary disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect. Most of the outstanding disciples on the Dragon Phoenix list were at the elite level. A small number of them were specially trained by Yi Tianzong. Those outstanding disciples with special constitutions were basically at the prodigy level. Ling Xingyue, Yi Haoren, and Yi Tianzong's family were all at the king level, while Yi Tianzong himself was at the supreme level. With the support of these 5 formations, the people of the righteous Orthodox sect, with the support of countless resources, not only did their strength soar rapidly, elite experts of various levels were emerging one after another, and even the number of heavens chosen had increased by leaps and bounds. The entire righteous Orthodox sect was developing rapidly. Even Yi Tianzong often stayed in the immortal mansion to comprehend and organize the various secret manuals, such as cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques that he had snatched from the Penglai divine sect. He then extracted the essence of them and integrated them into his heaven's expanse, mysterious scripture. At the same time, he continued to improve the Hao Ranjin sect's cultivation methods, Haoren's true heavenly spirit technique, and Haoren's heavenly spirit technique. Moreover, Yi Tianzong also put the creation of cultivation methods that were suitable for the experts of the Hao Ranjin sect after they stepped into the myth realm on the agenda. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, the strength of all the forces in the Central Plains, including the demon race, was constantly increasing. The battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race of the Abyss was still in a stalemate. Every year there would be a great battle. Both sides had victories and losses, and the casualties were equal. Overall, the demon race of the Abyss had more casualties. However, compared to the past, the demon race of the Abyss and the demon-killing alliance had much fewer casualties. The reason was that the demon race of the Abyss had also mastered the method of making the flaming beads. The demon race found the method of making the flaming beads in the secret manuals that they had seized from the super forces and holy lands that they had destroyed in the past. After the demon race used the flaming beads, they were no longer passively bombarded by the demon-killing alliance in the battle with the demon-killing alliance. The demon race of the Abyss was in a similar situation as the demon-killing alliance. The reason why the demon race of the Abyss had more casualties was that the people of the Hao Ranjin sect had limited use of the more powerful exploding flame beads. After 20 years of dormant development, the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect had increased a lot under the huge supply of resources and excellent auxiliary cultivation conditions. Yi Haoren, Su Mingya, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Li Qingshi, and Ling Xinyue had all reached the 9th heaven of Wushang. Among them, Ling Xinyue had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of Wushang. Yi Haoren and the others had reached the late stage of the 9th heaven of Wushang. They were only one step away from the peak. They would break through in a few years. There were also 100 experts of the 8th heaven of Wushang and 1,000 experts of the 7th heaven of Wushang. They were much more powerful than the 7th heaven of Wushang 20 years ago, when there were less than 600 experts of the 7th heaven of Wushang. Most of these experts of the 7th and 8th heaven of Wushang were trained by Yi Tianzong. They were outstanding disciples who had cultivated special constitutions. These people had surpassed many experts of the Haoranjin sect and reached the 7th and 8th heaven of Wushang first. The number of experts of the Haoranjin sect below the 7th heaven of Wushang had increased to 100,000. This was mainly because the Haoranjin sect had attracted a lot of hatred from the demon race over the years. As a result, many experts of the Wushang of the Haoranjin sect had died. No one could do anything about the deaths of the experts of the demon race. Yi Tianzong would not interfere in this kind of thing. On the other hand, the survivors of the Wushang were those with better luck and strength. These people were the mainstays of the Haoranjin sect. Although the number of Wushang was not comparable to that of the Penglai sect, which had never suffered a calamity, it was definitely similar to that of the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect. On the other hand, the number of experts below the level of Wushang, such as Wu Zun and Wu King, had doubled even though many had ascended and many had died. Over the past 20 years, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, as well as the holy lords of the 10 sacred grounds such as Taixian and Piaoluyan had gradually learned about Yi Tianzong's visit to the Penglai sect. The upper echelons of the Haoranjin sect also felt that there was no need to hide the matter since they were on the same side. Therefore, they showed the photo stone that recorded Yi Tianzong's actions in the Penglai sect to the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lords. Of course, the specifics of the content were reduced, such as robbing the Penglai sect's treasure vault and the 10,000 laws pavilion. At the same time, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lords were instructed not to spread the word. After seeing what was recorded in the photo stone, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lords were left in awe and shock. They did not expect that the Penglai sect, which was at its peak and insufferably powerful, would be beaten so badly by Yi Tianzong that it was unbearable to look at. Most of their high-end combat forces were wiped out, and even their base camp, the Penglai Divine Mountain, was cut down by Yi Tianzong. What left them even more refreshed was that Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a demon envoy of the abyssal demon race. That was why the Penglai sect had suffered such heavy casualties, and it was also a form of revenge for them. It was also fortunate that Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a demon envoy, or the Penglai sect would have long gone to the Haoranjin sect to fight for their lives after all these years. After learning of Yi Tianzong's devastating blow to the Penglai sect, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lords became interested in the photo stone in their possession. After Yi Tianzong had taught the photo stone to the people of the Hall of Treasures, the people of the Hall of Treasures created it. The photo stone could store a total of 1 year's worth of information and could be stored for 10 years. After it was introduced, it was very popular among Haoran's disciples. After the master of the Lingyun Hall and the others learned about it, they paid a certain price to the Haoranjin sect to purchase the manufacturing method of the photo stone. Chapter 182. In the past 20 years, 2 more Heavenly Legends competitions had been held in the Central Plains. However, in these 2 competitions, the disciples of Haoranjin sect had become more and more powerful. In the most recent Heavenly Legends competition, the 1,000 disciples sent out by Haoranjin sect had all made it into the top 2,000. In the top 100 of the competition, the Haoranjin sect occupied 45 places. The top 10 places occupied 6 places, and the top 3 places were taken. For Haoranjin sect, this was a very good result. However, for the other forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains, this result was a nightmare. In the entire Central Plains, there were about 1,200 forces from the human clan and the demon clan participating in the Heavenly Legends competition. With so many super forces and holy lands participating, the Haoranjin sect occupied half of the top 2,000 places in the competition. This was only after Hao Ranjin sect had sent out 1,000 disciples to participate in the competition. This was completely unacceptable to them. The Hao Ranjin sect must have cheated. If they were so awesome, how could they survive? Only the forces of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were on the same side as the Hao Ranjin sect, knew the reason why the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect were becoming more and more powerful. It was because of the Raging Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Refining Heart Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation set up by Yi Tianzong. In particular, the Wanxiang Formation was used to test the level of combat power. The outstanding disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands all went in to test it out. The result was a big blow. The most outstanding disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands could only last less than 15 minutes in the Heavenly Legends level difficulty before they were beaten out. However, they had all seen with their own eyes that batch after batch of disciples from the righteous sect had persevered longer than them in the heaven's chosen level of difficulty of the 1,000 elephant array. There were even dozens of people who had broken through the heaven's chosen level and touched the king level of difficulty. This caused the few outstanding disciples of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who had always been high and mighty within their own forces, to suffer a considerable blow. For a long time, they had heard about how powerful the disciples of Howrah Orthodox sect were. However, as the most outstanding disciples of Howrah Orthodox sect, they had always maintained a skeptical attitude. Most of them were unconvinced. In the end, after coming to Hao Ranjin sect, they realized that there was always someone better than them out there. These outstanding disciples were not the only ones who suffered a blow. The Hall Master of Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect leader, the 10 Great Holy Lords, and the higher-ups of these forces were also greatly affected. They finally understood the gap between their own disciples and the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect. In the Hao Ranjin sect's Wanxiang Formation, there were 5 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Heavenly Legends, King, and Supreme. Half of their own elite disciples could not pass the ordinary level difficulty. The ordinary level difficulty was the average level of the ordinary level disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect. Half of their own elite disciples could not pass the ordinary level difficulty. Elite disciples, they could not even beat the ordinary level disciples. This simply made these big shots flustered and embarrassed. They were too embarrassed to look at the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. This was simply a slap in the face. However, after the embarrassment, they were even more shocked and envious of the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect. They were in charge of a large force. None of them were idiots. They all knew that it was not that their own disciples were too weak, but that the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect were too powerful. The ordinary level disciples were equivalent to their own elite disciples. In the long run, the gap between the two sides would only widen, and it would be difficult to catch up. In order to increase the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect quickly, Yi Tianzong spent a lot of precious materials and energy to set up 5 formations. Only those who had reached Wu Zun's level and above knew about the Sumeru formation. It was also hidden from the public. The higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect had also issued a gag order. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands only knew about the Blazing Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Refining Heart Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation. After knowing the functions of these 4 formations, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lands naturally could not resist this temptation. However, this method of increasing the strength of the sect quickly without any side effects was naturally very important to the Hao Ranjin sect. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were actually not sure whether the Hao Ranjin sect would agree to their request. In any case, if it were them, they would not agree to it. However, they had underestimated the breadth of mind and boldness of Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. The strength of the Howrah disciples increased rapidly and they became more and more dazzling in the Tianjiao competition. The higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect had long been mentally prepared. They knew that their allies, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect, would definitely come to inquire about it. Similarly, the 10 great holy lands, who were on the same side, would also inquire about it. These 4 formations were set up for all the disciples of the Haoranjin sect, so it was impossible to hide it. In response to the inquiries of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect readily answered without hiding anything. Over the years, in the battle against the Devil Clan, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, the 10 great holy lands, and the Haoranjin sect had helped each other, and their relationship was quite good. Especially when the Haoranjin sect was attacked by the Devil Clan, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands had also readily sent their forces to help. Therefore, Yi Haoran and the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect wanted to maintain their relationship and maintain this state of mutual help. They also wanted to increase the strength of their camp. After a detailed discussion, the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands finally reached an agreement. The Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands would jointly build a large city called Hidden Dragon City. This city would only allow the people of the 13 forces to come and go, and it would be jointly controlled by them. In the center of the city, the various forces sent out Wushang experts to open up 4 space secret realms with a radius of 100 miles. In these 4 realms, Yi Tianzong would set up the Raging Fire Formation, the Xian Ice Formation, the Refining Heart Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation, respectively, with materials provided by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. The Refining Heart Formation and the Wanxiang Formation required the most core materials, the illusory chalcedony and the Wanxiang Immortal Gold, which were required to set up the Refining Heart Formation and the Wanxiang Formation. Only Yi Tianzong had them, and they were also used as materials provided by the Haoranjin sect. Each of these 4 space secret realms that were set up with formations required the secret keys of the 13 forces to open them. Similarly, the energy to maintain the operation of the 4 formations was also provided by the 13 forces. Each formation could accommodate a maximum of 1,000 people at a time for cultivation and assessment at the same time. According to the energy consumed each time the 4 formations were used, the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands decided to imitate the merit points model of the Haoranjin sect and developed a system that used the 4 formations. After the establishment of Hidden Dragon City, the disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands were greatly trained and improved. They were even more outstanding than before. It was believed that in the next Tianjiao City competition, they would definitely surprise all the forces in the Central Plains. The battle with the Devil Clan was still going on for a long time, and it would continue in the future. As long as the existence suppressed in the depths of the world did not escape, the Devil Clan of the Abyss would never disappear. Time passed day by day. The strength of the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands was rapidly increasing. The number of outstanding disciples was endless. It could be foreseen that in the future, there would definitely be many high-end combat forces. 3 years passed in a hurry. On this day, people from the Zhou dynasty came and broke the peace of the Haoranjin sect. Ever since the Haoranjin sect and the Lingyun Hall set aside the Zhou dynasty and formed the demon-killing alliance with the Kunlun sect and the 10 great holy lands, the Zhou dynasty almost had no contact with the Haoranjin sect. Although the overall strength and foundation of the Zhou dynasty were stronger than many of the holy lands, because of the fundamental conflict of ideas, the Zhou dynasty was excluded by the forces of the sects in the demon-killing alliance. They did not obtain the position of decision-making elder and only occupied the position of 7-star elder. Chapter 183. With the recovery of the world, the strength of the Zhou dynasty was constantly increasing. However, compared to the Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun school, and the 10 great holy lands. Their strength was increasing at a much slower rate. Therefore, they had been left behind. Moreover, the performance of the Zhou dynasty in the Tianjiao competition had also shown a weak state. In the end, it was because those young talents with outstanding martial arts aptitude were not very willing to join the Zhou dynasty, which had many rules and restrictions. Anyone who practiced martial arts wanted to obtain great power and thus obtain freedom and control their own destiny. However, once they joined the Zhou dynasty, not only would they be restricted in all aspects, but they would also have to be loyal to the influential class of the Zhou dynasty. They would become someone's hired thug or lackey. Naturally, they would be inferior to the martial artists of other sections. In contrast, joining a sect did not have as many restrictions as joining the Zhou dynasty. Although they still had to be loyal to the sect, they had a lot more freedom. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, no martial artist with outstanding talent would be willing to join the Zhou dynasty. The people from the Zhou dynasty this time were the current Zhou dynasty's grand preceptor, the crown prince, and the others. There was also an unfamiliar acquaintance, which was the former princess Lian Yue of the Zhou dynasty. This was the first time that the people of the Zhou dynasty had taken the initiative to visit the Hao Ranjin sect in the more than 200 years since the establishment of the Demon-Killing Alliance. After these people arrived at the Hao Ranjin sect, their attitude was more humble and respectful, and they restrained their usual arrogant and bossy habits. After all, the Hao Ranjin sect was now at the peak of its power. Not only was it powerful, but it also had the number 1 invincible master in the Central Plains, Yi Tianzong. Furthermore, it had formed a camp with Lingyun Hall, Kunlun School, and the 10 great holy lands. Its right to speak and strength in the Demon-Killing Alliance far exceeded that of the Zhou dynasty. On the other hand, the Zhou dynasty was already in a very awkward situation, not to mention that they were here to ask for help. They were already being ostracized by all the other sects and forces and were in a bad situation. If they caused trouble in the Hao Ranjin sect, their future would be even more difficult. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect had basically guessed the purpose of the Zhou dynasty's visit this time. Through Tiangang Tower, an intelligence agency that had spread all over the Central Plains, the Hao Ranjin sect had a relatively good understanding of the situation within the Zhou dynasty. They knew that the situation within the Zhou dynasty was very tense and was about to split. The reason for such a situation was the secret instigation of the super forces and the Holy Lands. Of course, the contribution couldn't be ignored. Ever since the world had recovered, those hidden super forces and Holy Lands had emerged one after another. Naturally, they found the Zhou dynasty to be an eyesore. In addition, the various family forces and interest groups within the Zhou dynasty were complicated, and they fought openly and covertly. Therefore, those super forces and Holy Lands secretly contacted those families and interest groups and subdued them, constantly nibbling away at the power and interests of the great Zhou dynasty's royal family. Until now, within the Zhou dynasty, the royal family and the various super forces and Holy Lands supported the families and interest groups had reached a state of mutual hostility. The Zhou dynasty existed in name only. The real territory controlled by the royal family was less than 1/10 of the entire territory. The families and interest groups supported by the super forces and Holy Lands had already surrounded the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. Their purpose was as clear as day. Whether it was those families, interest groups, or the super forces and Holy Lands behind them, it was impossible for them to let the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty go. If there were no accidents, the destruction of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty was inevitable. As the target, the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty naturally understood their situation very well. Of course, the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty was unwilling to be mercilessly destroyed by the various super forces. They were also looking for a way to continue their survival, but after much thought, they could only seek the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect. The hostility and exclusion of the Zhou dynasty had always existed. Regardless of whether the Zhou dynasty continued to exist or not, the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty was destined to be a thorn in the side of the various superforces and family forces. Moreover, in the mythological era, the antiquity era, and the modern era, there were too many superforces that had a grudge against the Zhou dynasty. Seeking the protection of the superforces and holy lands was unrealistic. They did not have the strength and deterrence to do so. After much thought, they could only rely on the Haoranjin sect, which was at its peak. This time, the team that the Zhou dynasty dispatched to the Haoranjin sect had experienced heavy encirclement and slaughter. They had lost 60% of their strength before reaching the Haoranjin sect. Inside a luxurious manor in Harran City, the Zhou dynasty's Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince were currently discussing with Princess Linyue how to obtain the protection of the Haoranjin sect. The Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince looked at the peerlessly beautiful Princess Linyue in awe. The Grand Preceptor said respectfully, "Your Highness, how should we discuss this trip with the Haoranjin sect and seek the protection of the Haoranjin sect? Does your Highness have any instructions?" At this moment, Princess Linyue, who was sitting in the room, had undergone a huge transformation compared to several hundred years ago. If Yi Tianzong were here, he would see that although Princess Linyue was covered in a thin layer of ever-changing light, he didn't need to look to know that hidden behind the light was a peerless beauty. She was cold and lofty, making others feel incomparable awe and amazement. Not only that, but Princess Lianyue's cultivation had reached the peak of Wu Shang's 9th heavenly layer, the same as Yi Tianzong. She was only one step away from breaking through to the myth realm. On the way to the Haoranjin sect, when they were ambushed by the various superforces, Princess Lianyue displayed an unimaginable strength. She killed many of Wu Shang's 9th heavenly layer experts and easily led the Zhou dynasty's team away. It was no wonder that Great Zhou's Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince were in awe of her. After hearing the Grand Preceptor's words, Princess Lianyue's indifferent and distant voice sounded, "This noble one has her own ways to deal with the Haoranjin sect. Once this noble one achieves her goal, the karma between this noble one and the imperial family will be erased. When the time comes, you can return by yourselves. There is no need to ask anything else. Everything will be settled in 3 days." Princess Lianyue then left the room, leaving behind the Grand Preceptor and Crown Prince looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know whether they should believe Princess Lianyue's words or not. After returning to her room, Princess Lianyue looked in the direction of Astral Peak. Her eyes revealed a conflicted expression as she muttered to herself, "Yi Tianzong, this noble one wants to see if you are worthy of this noble one's devotion." Humph. Soon night arrived. Princess Lianyue opened her eyes. Her eyes, as clear as water, seemed to reflect the boundless divine moon. She turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared from the room. Princess Lianyue flew at an extremely high speed in the sky. In just a moment, she arrived above Astral Peak. Looking down at Astral Peak, Princess Lianyue was like a cold and sacred goddess. Her eyes reflected the incomparably vast divine moon. After searching for a while, she finally found Yi Tianzong's figure. Just as Princess Lianyue found Tianzong, Yi Tianzong, who was with Ling Xinyue, suddenly trembled. He felt someone spying on him from above. His expression became gloomy. This person was truly audacious. They actually dared to spy on the Haoranjin sect. Yi Tianzong raised his head and looked up. He could feel the spying gaze fixed on him without moving. It seemed that the target was him. While his face was gloomy, Yi Tianzong was also a little surprised and doubtful. The person who was spying on him should have known that he had found him, but he was still watching him. It was obvious that he was leading him there. Who on earth was this person? Yi Tianzong didn't delay. He said to Ling Xinyue, who had already discovered that something was wrong, "Someone is spying on me from above." I want to go and see who is trying to lure me over. You can come with me. After Ling Xingyue nodded, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xingyue followed the direction of the spying gaze and flew tens of thousands of miles up in the sky. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xingyue finally saw the owner of the gaze. The moment he saw Princess Lianyue, even with Yi Tianzong's mental state, he couldn't help but tremble. For a moment he was entranced. Compared to during the day, the current Princess Lianyue under the moonlight was peerless. She was flawless, cold, lofty, and unapproachable. After regaining his senses, Yi Tianzong carefully sized up the nearby Princess Lianyue. At this moment, the halo covering her face had already been removed, revealing her entire face to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong felt an extreme threat from Princess Lianyue's body. It was a feeling that not even the demon envoys could give him. He looked at Princess Lianyue with vigilance and shielded Ling Xingyue, who had just regained her senses, behind him. As Yi Tianzong looked at her, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. He frowned and carefully tried to recall. In the end, Yi Tianzong said with some uncertainty, "Your Excellency is Princess Lianyue of the Zhou dynasty?" After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Princess Lianyue's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then she coldly said, "I didn't expect that after several hundred years you would still remember this princess. However, Princess Lianyue is already a thing of the past. In the future, you will have to call this Sovereign Xinyu." Hearing Princess Lianyue call herself Xinyu, Yi Tianzong was somewhat puzzled. In his mind, this Princess Lianyue definitely couldn't have reached her current level. The reason he remembered her was because when he saw her several hundred years ago, he felt that she was somewhat special. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was special about her, so he didn't think too much about it. However, based on what he saw at that time, it was impossible for Princess Lianyue to cultivate to Wu Sheng's level with her talent. In addition, unless there was a special title, the title "this sovereign" could not be used carelessly. Let's call her Xinyu for the time being. The Xinyu across from him had already reached the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly layer, the same as him. Normally, a female cultivator would call herself this lord or this sage. A female cultivator like Xin Yu could also call herself this princess, but calling herself this sovereign was absolutely abnormal. Wu Zun realm cultivators would call themselves this sovereign, but who would call themselves this sovereign after becoming Wu Sheng? No one. This sovereign, who are you? Why do you call yourself this sovereign? We cultivators don't carelessly use our titles. Princess Lianyue is already a thing of the past, so it's not possible for her to possess you. Do you mean to say that you have awakened? Yi Tianzong asked Xinyu with a serious expression. Xinyu looked at Yi Tianzong with a bit of surprise. Her eyes flashed with praise as she said, "You're very good. I didn't think that you would be able to guess to this degree just from this sovereign's title. It seems you know quite a bit. Then what about you? Where did you come from? To be able to realize that there is a problem with this sovereign's title, you definitely aren't a native of this world, right?" Hearing Xinyu's words again, Yi Tianzong's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He stared at Xinyu and said in a low voice, "How interesting. It seems my guess was right. I didn't think your background would be so great. Forgive me for my lack of respect. I just don't know if you're this sovereign or avatar soul. Am I right, Emperor Xinyu?" Chapter 184. When Xinyu heard Yi Tianzong's words, there was no change in her expression. She said indifferently, "It seems that you are indeed not from this world. You should also be from a great thousand world. Otherwise, you would not know about the Empyrean realm. Speaking of which, this sovereign was able to awaken thanks to you constantly breaking the seals of heaven and earth and raising the upper limit of heaven and earth. After this sovereign's cultivation increased, this sovereign gradually awakened." Yi Tianzong looked at Xinyu and said without any change in his tone, There's no need to talk nonsense. Why did you bring me here? It can't be just to thank me, right? Xin Yu replied in the same tone. Before this, Sovereign awakened. Although I only met you twice, Lin Yue fell in love with you. In order to catch up to you, she suffered from qi deviation and died. At the moment of life and death, this sovereign awakened and merged with Lin Yue's consciousness. This sovereign is here to settle things with you. If you lose this battle, you have to promise this sovereign to protect the great Zhou imperial family for 100 years and help this sovereign resolve this karma. If you win, this sovereign will follow Lin Yue's consciousness and submit to you for 100 years. You also have to promise this sovereign to protect the great Zhou imperial family for 100 years. Hearing Shan Yu's arrogant and commanding tone, Yi Tianzong immediately felt annoyed. He said in an unfriendly tone, "If you want to fight, this sovereign will accompany you to the end. You want to order this sovereign to agree to your conditions? Dream on." After saying that, Yi Tianzong said softly to Ling Xinyue, "This person is a strong enemy. Stay away." After Ling Xinyue nodded and left, Yi Tianzong directly took out the boundless divine sword and stared at Shen Yu, his aura rising. Shen Yu was not an ordinary demon envoy. She was a reincarnated Empyrean. It was unknown whether she was her true body or part soul. In the past, she was a super big shot who stood at the peak of Myth City. At his peak, he was only at the 6th heavenly layer of Myth City, the peak of the heavenly god realm. There was still the gap between him and a 9th heavenly layer Empyrean. The gap was simply unimaginable. Shen Yu's strength definitely surpassed any enemy of the same level that Yi Tianzong had faced before. He could not let his guard down. So Yi Tianzong planned to go all out from the start. Seeing that Yi Tianzong was about to start a fight without saying anything, it was obvious that he was going to go all out. Shen Yu frowned slightly on her peerless face. She also realized that there was something wrong with her attitude, but it was absolutely impossible for her to lower her posture and apologize. Moreover, this time she was going to fight with Yi Tianzong. She wanted to gauge his depth, so this was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, after Yi Tianzong assumed a fighting posture, Shen Yu also prepared for battle. Her body erupted with an aura that was not any weaker than Yi Tianzong's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. It collided with Yi Tianzong's aura. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu's aura collided. It filled the vast space of thousands of miles. Ling Xinyue was forced back 5,000 miles by the two's auras. The clouds within thousands of miles were all shattered into nothingness by the collision of their auras. In the clash of auras, Yi Tianzong did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was at the vanguard. However, Yi Tianzong did not take this to heart. Instead, he wielded the boundless godly sword and used the boundless sword technique to battle with Shen Yu, who was waiting with rapt attention. The battle between the two could be said to be the most intense battle since the recovery of the world. Regardless of whether it was Yi Tianzong, who had obtained an unparalleled opportunity and traversed through the heavens, or Shen Yu, who had once suppressed the endless heavens and earth, they both represented the peak of the world's cultivation and battle power. Looking from afar, the battle between Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu was like an intense battle between the invincible heaven-fighting sword god and the supreme goddess. The divine sword could cut through the heavens, and the waning moon could suppress the heavens and earth. The two of them wantonly moved about in the vast and endless sky. They fought in the space of millions of miles. In the center of the battle, the extreme power of the battle tore apart the space of the profound spirit world, forming numerous spatial cracks. Then they were repaired by the power of the world itself. Yi Tianzong's battle power had already been raised to the limit. The boundless divine sword was combined with the boundless sword technique. Every time he waved it, an unstoppable sword light that was hundreds of feet long collided fiercely with the divine moon's divine light that suppressed the world and froze everything. Wherever the two of them passed by, The heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of thousands of miles would go berserk, resulting in an energy storm that shattered all the surrounding clouds. Even Ling Xinyue could only watch the battle from thousands of miles away. She could not get too close to avoid being injured. It was too strenuous. This was the only feeling Yi Tianzong had when he fought with Xinyu. Even though he had raised his battle power to the peak and used his strongest attack, Yi Tianzong still did not gain any advantage in the battle with Xinyu. He was only evenly matched with Xinyu. The threat of the divine light from Shen Yu's divine light was too great. Yi Tianzong felt that if he was careless and was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured or even half crippled. Therefore, he could only fight with all his might. The mana in his body was being consumed very quickly. After fighting for half an hour, Yi Tianzong had already consumed more than 30% of his mana. It must be known that Yi Tianzong's own mana was at least 10 times thicker than the mana of an ordinary martial artist of the same level in the profound spirit world. Not to mention, the density of his mana was also far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist of the same level. Even when he fought with so many Wu Sheng 9th and 8th layer experts of the Penglai Divine Sect, he did not consume his mana as quickly as he did now. Little did he know that it was not only Yi Tianzong who felt that the battle was difficult. Even Xinyu, who had always been indifferent, felt that Yi Tianzong was difficult and dangerous to deal with. What Yi Tianzong did not know was that the Xinyu in front of him was actually the reincarnation of her original self. Shen Yu was originally born on the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds. She was the master of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds. Her talent was unparalleled, and she was responsible for maintaining the balance of yin and yang in the Great Thousand Worlds. After countless years of cultivation and tribulations, she finally became a supreme heavenly lord. She was only one step away from transcending the Great Thousand Worlds. However, because she was too stunning and beautiful, she was coveted by the rulers of the various supreme forces in the Great Thousand Worlds. After rejecting everyone's pursuit, Xinyu was targeted and besieged by the other supreme heavenly lords. After a great battle, Xinyu was unable to fight against the crowd. Unwilling to be sealed and enslaved, Xinyu not only self-detonated, but also detonated the entire divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds, perishing together with all the heavenly lords who besieged her. As for Xinyu, she used the source power of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds to protect a trace of her soul when she self-detonated. She entered the endless space-time turbulence and drifted for countless years. Finally, she was stranded in the profound spirit world and reincarnated as a human. Princess Lian Yu was not Xin Yu's first reincarnation. Xin Yu's first reincarnation was during the mythological era. However, Xin Yu's reincarnation did not go smoothly, and she never awakened. It was probably because Shen Yu had once detonated the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds, causing the entire Great Thousand Worlds to be in turmoil. Countless creatures died because of the divine moon of the Great Thousand Worlds' self-detonation. As a result, Xin Yu obtained an unimaginable amount of karma. Although she had accumulated countless merits, it was nothing in front of the endless amount of karma. Fortunately, Xin Yu drifted in the endless space-time turbulence, far away from the Great Thousand Worlds where she was originally, and preserved a trace of life. However, Shen Yu's soul carried endless karma, and she did not dare to approach any Great Thousand Worlds or Middle Thousand Worlds. Once she approached, she would be discovered by the heavenly Tao or the will of heaven and earth and be ruthlessly destroyed. During the mythological era, the profound spirit world had a great war because of the invaders from the Great Thousand Worlds. The will of heaven and earth was heavily injured and could not even take care of itself. Thus, Shen Yu seized the opportunity to enter the world through the space-time turbulence and reincarnate as a human. However, after the will of heaven and earth emerged, Shen Yu, who had snuck in, was targeted. Therefore, every time Shen Yu reincarnated, she either died prematurely or suffered a lot of hardships. Originally, under the targeting of the will of heaven and earth, Shin Yu's remaining trace of soul power gradually dissipated after many reincarnations. Perhaps Shen Yu would sink into oblivion and never awaken. However, in this reincarnation, Princess Lian Yu, because she had witnessed Yi Tianzong break the seal of heaven and earth, she had fallen in love with Yi Tianzong. Coupled with the recovery of heaven and earth, the will of heaven and earth paid less attention to Shin Yu, which gave Shin Yu a chance to catch her breath. Even Yi Tianzong did not know how vast and majestic his fortune was after he was chosen by the heaven's expanse immortal mansion and gradually became the disciple of an almighty figure in the myriad of worlds. Chapter 185. Originally, she wanted to divide it into 3 chapters, but she forgot about it and decided to just distribute it in 2 chapters. Finally, she asked for a bookmark and a subscription. Yi Tianzong might or might not know, but the hidden Shin Yu's soul was able to sense it. Although it had not awakened at that time, the inexorable survival instinct still influenced the reincarnated Princess Lian Yu to fall in love with Yi Tianzong. Moreover, within the Zhou dynasty, Princess Lian Yu was also closer to the Hao Ranzhen sect's endorsements. She used her own identity to help the Hao Ranzhen sect's endorsements solve some problems. As a result, she had an indirect connection with Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranzhen sect were the pioneers of an era. They broke the seal of heaven and earth and gave the profound spirit world the hope and opportunity to return to its peak. Naturally, they would receive the favor and care of the will of heaven and earth. Those who were related to the Hao Ranzhen sect and Yi Tianzong would also receive good fortune. Therefore, Shin Yu's soul that was about to dissipate finally grasped a chance of survival. After passing the final test of heaven and earth, which was the life and death crisis of Princess Lian Yu due to her impatience to cultivate, she finally succeeded in awakening. After successfully awakening, Shin Yu did not publicize it. Instead, she kept a low profile and cultivated. Even when the upper echelons of the great Zhou Empire wanted to betroth her to other powers, Shin Yu only revealed her high level of mastery and rejected them forcefully, stating that she wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Until today, when the Zhou dynasty was facing a life and death crisis, Shin Yu proposed to go with them to the Hao Ranzhen sect. After several hundred years of cultivation, Shin Yu had some residual memories in her soul. After awakening, Shin Yu had undergone earth-shattering changes. Her strength had reached an unfathomable level towards Yi Tianzong, who gave her a chance of survival. Even someone as arrogant as Shin Yu felt a trace of gratitude. No matter how powerful and noble she was in the past, no matter how stunning she was now only a remnant soul. To be able to smoothly cultivate to the 9th layer of the Wu Shang sect, she had basically exhausted her last bit of foundation. Moreover, her memories were incomplete. In the future, she would have to struggle step by step on the path to the myth realm, just like an ordinary person. In order to make her cultivation smoother, Yi Tianzong, who had great fortune, became Shin Yu's first choice. Shin Yu, who had suffered a loss once, was very clear that it was impossible for a loner to cultivate alone. Only by creating a tyrannical force to serve her would she be able to go further. The Zhou dynasty's method, of course, Shin used to become the Hao Ranzhen sects to become a core member to the upper echelons of the Hao Ran. In this way, she could only form a close relationship with Yi Tianzong. Otherwise, even if she said that she sincerely wanted to join the Hao Ranzhen sect, they would definitely not accept her. But in the end, it was still because of her arrogance. Even though she knew that she would need Yi Tianzong's help to make her cultivation smoother in the future, she was still an arrogant person. Shin Yu believed that even if she needed Yi Tianzong's help, she should let Yi Tianzong know how powerful she was and take the initiative to help her. But she did not expect that her unknowingly arrogant attitude would actually annoy Yi Tianzong, causing them to fight. If she annoyed him, then so be it. As long as she could defeat Yi Tianzong with her own strength, then everything would be fine. But to Xin Yu's surprise, Yi Tianzong was actually so powerful. She originally thought that with her memories and experience as a supreme celestial, defeating Yi Tianzong with her current strength would not be easy, but it should not be too difficult. But the reality was that Yi Tianzong's fierceness and strength were beyond her expectations. Not only was he unable to defeat her for a long time, but his sword, which could cut through everything in the world, was almost on par with her waning moon divine light. Waning moon divine light was a very powerful divine ability in her memories. Now that she had not reached the myth realm, she could only use it as a martial skill. Every time she used it, it consumed a lot of her magic power. Now that she was fighting Yi Tianzong, she had consumed more than 40% of her magic power. If it were not for the moonlight at night, she might have been at a disadvantage. Right now, Shen Yu was riding a tiger and had no way to back down. If they continued to fight, both sides might suffer in the end. But there was no hope for the purpose of coming here. It was very likely that they would be enemies in the future. In this world, to become enemies with Yi Tianzong, who was blessed by the heavens and earth, Xin Yu, whose luck was thin, knew that she would face a difficult situation. If she was not careful, she might be besieged by countless experts and forces. In the end, she still could not escape the fate of death. But this time she would completely die, and there would be no chance for her to reincarnate. This was unacceptable to Xin Yu, who had gone through a disaster and finally grasped a chance to awaken. If they stopped fighting and apologized, there would still be room for reconciliation. But this was also unacceptable to the arrogant Xin Yu. At this time, Xin Yu was already regretting. She regretted being so arrogant and commanding before. She regretted her somewhat laughable and lamentable, inexplicable arrogance. It was this inexplicable arrogance that had caused her to die in the past. Only a trace of her soul had managed to escape and survive in this world. He had once been a supreme celestial of a super great thousand world. Although he had been a peerless talent and had been coveted by many powerful celestial venerables and forces, he had been too arrogant and reclusive. He had offended too many people and had almost no friends. In the end, he would not have been besieged and killed by so many experts. Now, it was this inexplicable arrogance that caused what should have been a simple matter to become an irresolvable dilemma. This made Xin Yu feel both laughable and lamentable. At this time, she was asking for help, yet she was still so arrogant. She really did not know what she was talking about. She deserved to die, just as Xin Yu was regretting. As the battle continued, Yi Tianzong, who had already used up 60% of his energy, became more and more serious. Then the remaining magic power in his body began to boil, and his aura soared. From afar, he looked like a golden sun rising in the sky, illuminating the darkness. Yi Tianzong raised the boundless god sword, and an indomitable aura exploded forth. It looked like he was going to burn his magic power to unleash his strongest attack and decide the outcome of this battle with Xin Yu. Seeing Yi Tianzong burn his magic power to go all out, Xin Yu, who had less than 20% of her magic power left, began to panic. This final attack could not be used by Yi Tianzong, or there would be no room for reconciliation. Xin Yu gritted her teeth and forcefully suppressed her arrogance. Then she stood in the air with her hands behind her back, calming the magic power in her body. She looked at Yi Tianzong without any resistance, and did not have any intention of continuing the battle. Xin Yu's attitude of not resisting caused Yi Tianzong, who was gathering his power to unleash the final attack, to be somewhat puzzled. Yi Tianzong stopped gathering power and stood about 100 meters away from Xin Yu. He pointed his sword at her and looked at her warily. He asked in an unfriendly tone, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Hearing Yi Tianzong's hostile tone, Shen Yu could not help but bitterly smile and sigh. She made a decision in her heart and forcefully threw away her inexplicable arrogance. Her tone was somewhat weak as she said, "Just now I was wrong. I should not have ordered you around like that. I don't want to fight with you anymore. I admit defeat. This time, I came here with the sincere intention of joining Hauranjin sect. However, I did not expect that my arrogance would cause things to turn out this way. After saying these words, Shen Yu looked at Yi Tianzong, who was opposite her, who was still looking at her vigilantly. The divine sword in his hand had not been put down. Shen Yu bitterly laughed at herself and then continued, I know that what happened just now made you feel disgusted with me, and that you do not believe me. Let me tell you about my origin. I was once a supreme god of a super boundless world, and was born from the divine moon origin of that world, until my reincarnation, Princess Lianyu, fell in love with you and used her identity to help your Hauranjin sect. Back then, the spokesperson force of the Zhou dynasty solved some problems for you. Because of this, I indirectly formed a connection with you. You yourself have great luck, and you also broke the seal of heaven and earth, receiving the blessing of heaven and earth. And because of my indirect connection with you, I finally passed the test of heaven and earth's will and successfully awakened at the moment of life and death. Based on my incomplete memories, I have cultivated to this level. Now I have nothing and my luck is thin. There's no difference between me and an ordinary martial artist. My past experiences made me understand that if I want to have a smoother path of cultivation, I have to have a powerful force as my backing. To me, the most suitable thing is to have a close relationship with you, join the righteous faction, and share in your blessings and blessings. Now that I have merged with Lianyu's consciousness, I actually have a good impression of you from the bottom of my heart. There is not much resistance to becoming your woman. However, as you can see, it was my arrogance that caused things to turn out this way. In the past, my arrogance caused me to offend too many people. In the end, I even died bearing a huge amount of karma. Now, it is my arrogance that has caused things that could have been easier to become difficult to advance or retreat. I sincerely want to join Hauranjin sect, and I hope that you can give me a chance. With my current strength, there is nothing in Hauranjin sect that is worthy of me scheming. The Zhou dynasty is simply not suitable for me. Only Hauranjin sect, under your leadership, can become a powerful force in the future that can protect me. After Shen Yu finished speaking, her incomparably peerless face and clear eyes looked at Yi Tianzong with an expectant gaze. After Shen Yu explained her background and goal, Yi Tianzong put away the boundless god sword, and the boiling fa in his body also calmed down. His expression was uncertain as he considered Shen Yu's words. With regards to Shen Yu's words, Yi Tianzong actually believed most of them. However, he was still not completely convinced. He was considering whether to give Shen Yu a chance to join Hauranjin sect. Just as Yi Tianzong was considering, Ling Xinyue, who was originally watching the battle from afar, saw that the two people had stopped fighting. She flew over and stood beside Yi Tianzong. Seeing Ling Xinyue's somewhat doubtful gaze, Yi Tianzong repeated what Shen Yu had said to Ling Xinyue. Of course, regarding Shen Yu's words about wanting to be his woman, Yi Tianzong directly skipped it. He did not take it to heart. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyue looked at Shen Yu, then looked at Yi Tianzong. Her beautiful and cold face was conflicted for a moment. Then she made a decision and said softly to Yi Tianzong, "As long as it does not harm you or the sect, it is fine to let her join. She is very strong and can be your helper. In the future, when you face the demon envoys, you will not have to fight alone." After Ling Xinyue finished speaking, she even hugged Yi Tianzong's arm tightly. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue in astonishment. Just now, he did not mention that Shen Yu wanted to be his woman, but Ling Xinyue did not believe that Ling Xinyue did not feel it. At the beginning, Shen Yu said that Lianyu loved him, and she had fused with Lianyu's consciousness. Now, she came to find him to end things, and now she admitted defeat. Although it was not said clearly, Ling Xinyue definitely understood what it meant for Shen Yu to join the Hauranjin sect. Yi Tianzong did not expect that Ling Xinyue would actually agree to let Xin Yu join the Haoranjin sect. This made Yi Tianzong and Xin Yu somewhat flabbergasted. Feeling Ling Xinyue hugging his arm tightly, Yi Tianzong smiled, then dotingly hugged Ling Xinyue into his embrace, kissed her forehead, and said lovingly, "Little girl, you are really... All right, you will always be my most beloved woman. I will not give up on you. Don't worry." After comforting Ling Xinyue, Yi Tianzong looked at the somewhat envious and nervous Xin Yu in the distance, and said calmly, "You can join the Haoranjin sect and become a member of the Elder Hall. As for the Zhou dynasty, if they want to obtain the protection of my Haoranjin sect, it will depend on their sincerity. Don't play politics with me, otherwise I will exterminate them. 3 days later, my father and the higher-ups of Haoranjin sect will meet them in Haran City." Seeing that Yi Tianzong had finally agreed to let her join the Haoranjin sect, Xin Yu's somewhat nervous mood finally calmed down. With a somewhat happy expression, she said to Yi Tianzong, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, I will not do anything that will harm the Haoranjin sect. As for the Zhou dynasty, I will tell them what to do." Then, with a solemn expression, she softly said to Ling Xinyue, "Thank you." After Ling Xinyue slightly nodded, Xin Yu smiled sweetly at Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue. In the instant that peerless face blossomed into a smile, it was as if the world had lost its color. It was too beautiful and unparalleled. Yi Tianzong's calm mind couldn't help but fiercely tremble. Even the originally cold and beautiful Ling Xinyue was mesmerized for a moment. Seeing the faintly discernible figure turn into a ray of divine light and disappear into the night sky, Yi Tianzong held Ling Xinyue's pretty cheeks with both hands and said, "Little girl, you have to have confidence in yourself. Do you understand? All right, let's go back. This Shen Yu's strength is truly a formidable opponent. After fighting for half a day, I'm also tired. Let's go back and have a good rest." After saying this, Yi Tianzong carried Ling Xinyue back to Tiangang Peak. On the other side, Shen Yu had also returned to her room in Haran City. Sitting on the bed, she thought about how Ling Xinyue had agreed to let her join the Haoranjin sect not long ago, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Shen Yu, the past is the past. It's time to let go of your previous arrogance. Now that you have been reborn, it's time to live with a new attitude. Chapter 186. The next day, Shen Yu, using her identity as Princess Lian Yu, found the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince. She said to them indifferently, "Last night, I met with the Haoranjin sect's young sect master. If you want to obtain the protection of the Haoranjin sect, it will depend on your sincerity. Don't play politics, or else he will have the Haoranjin sect join the ranks of exterminating the imperial family. In addition, don't even think about protecting the Zhou dynasty. In this world, other than the Zhou dynasty, the rest are all sects and clans. These forces, including the Haoranjin sect, will not allow the Zhou dynasty to continue existing. The dynasty can only be disbanded. Only under this premise can you obtain the protection of the Haoranjin sect. Otherwise, even if you have to pay a great price, the Haoranjin sect will not protect the imperial family. In addition, as a price, regardless of whether we succeed or not, I will join the Haoranjin sect and become a member of the Haoranjin sect. I will work for the Haoranjin sect and will have nothing to do with the imperial family in the future. Starting today, in 2 days, the Haoranjin sect's sect master and upper echelons will come to Haran City to meet you. As for how to obtain the protection of the Haoranjin sect, you can discuss it yourselves. I will not ask." In order to get rid of her identity as a member of the great Zhou dynasty, Xin Yu directly changed the concept. She said that she wanted to join the Haoranjin sect as the price for the opportunity to negotiate with the Haoranjin sect. After she finished speaking, she left. It was clear that Shen Yu's words shattered the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince's fantasies. Before, They had indeed wanted to pay a price in exchange for the Hao Ranjin sect's help. They wanted to borrow the power and status of the Hao Ranjin sect to protect the Zhou dynasty and make those super forces and holy lands not dare to act rashly. To them, borrowing power was an instinct. Although they knew that it would be difficult to protect the Zhou dynasty, they did not expect Xin Yu's words to directly shatter their fantasies. According to Xin Yu's words, the Hao Ranjin sect's young sect master did not care what price they had to pay. If they wanted to obtain the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect and allow the imperial family to survive, they had to dissolve the Zhou dynasty. This was the prerequisite. Yi Tianzong's words basically represented the intentions of the entire Hao Ranjin sect. Thus, the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince could only think of countermeasures with grief and indignation in their hearts. No matter what, the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty had to survive. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in this encirclement, interception, and heavy casualties. As for the matter of Xin Yu joining the Hao Ranjin sect, they could no longer care about it. Furthermore, in their hearts, they hoped that Shen Yu could join the Hao Ranjin sect. It would be best if she could form a relationship with Yi Tianzong or the core upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect. She could also fight for benefits for the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty. In the empire, regardless of whether a woman's martial talent or cultivation was high or low, in the eyes of the entire empire's ruling class, they were all targets for marriage. If they wanted to obtain freedom, they would have to be as powerful as Xin Yu. But even so, although the Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince respected Xin Yu, they still treated Xin Yu as a candidate for marriage alliances. It was because she understood this point that Shen Yu could not wait to draw a clear line between herself and the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty and join the Hao Ranjin sect. Because she knew that in the future, when faced with enemies or huge benefits, the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty could not be relied on. 2 days later, Yi Haoran and some of the higher-ups of the Haoran Orthodox school met them at the city Lord's mansion in Haoran City. The Grand Preceptor and the Crown Prince were anxious. Yi Tianzong had already spoken to his family and the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect regarding Xin Yu's matter. They knew that Shen Yu was second only to Yi Tianzong in terms of battle prowess. In the future, she would leave the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty and join the Hao Ranjin sect to serve the sect. With Yi Tianzong's guarantee, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect naturally did not have any objections. The addition of an almost invincible super expert to the sect was, of course, to everyone's delight. Moreover, although Yi Tianzong did not go into detail, he could not prevent the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect from guessing that Xin Yu's relationship with Yi Tianzong was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, why would the almost invincible Xin Yu join the Hao Ranjin sect after hundreds of years? There must be something going on. Wasn't it just protecting the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty? As long as they knew what was good for them, with the current strength and status of the Hao Ranjin sect, it would not be a problem. Therefore, when they saw the imperial preceptor and the crown prince, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjin sect had already prepared a draft. As the sect master, Yi Haoran, did not open his mouth. However, the hall master of the administrative hall, Zhao Xian, went straight to the point and said, "Let's not waste any more time. We also know the purpose of your visit. Let's get straight to the point. The Zhou dynasty must be disbanded. Right now, this world belongs to the sects and clans. The imperial dynasty will not be allowed to continue existing. We also cannot go against the world's powers for you. If you want the Hao Ranjin sect to protect the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty, that's fine. Show your sincerity and don't play any bargaining games with us. Also, we can only protect you for 100 years at most. These are the preconditions of our negotiation. If you can accept it, then we will continue to negotiate. If you can't accept it, then you can leave. To tell the truth, if we protect you, then the Hao Ranjin sect will be stealing the fruits of the hard work of many sects and clans. We will become enemies with them and leave behind a future threat like you. If it wasn't for your Princess Lien Yu's strength, being good, and agreeing to work for the Hao Ranjin sect, we definitely would not have come to see you. Now, tell us the price you want to pay." The hall master of the administrative hall, Zhao Xian's words completely blocked most of the imperial preceptor and the crown prince's paths of retreat. They were undoubtedly very angry and felt very humiliated. Had the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty fallen to such a state? However, they could not leave. Although they did not want to admit it, no one knew the Zhou dynasty's current situation better than them. It was already on the verge of destruction. They really did not have time to delay. In the end, the imperial preceptor said dejectedly, "The imperial family will use 20% of the Zhou dynasty's resources and 50% of the secret manuals in exchange for the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect for 100 years. The administrative hall master, Zhao Xian, said, "We don't lack resources. 20% is fine. The Hao Ranjin sect wants copies of all your secret manuals. Remember, all of them. Don't use those useless and incomplete secret manuals to fool us. In addition, the Hao Ranjin sect will help you mediate with the other factions. However, as the price of suppressing the other factions' dissatisfaction, you'll have to pay for those resources." The imperial preceptor and the crown prince looked at each other and finally said helplessly, "Okay." After the imperial preceptor and the crown prince agreed, Yi Haran finally said, "In that case, the Hao Ranjin sect will immediately send people to the imperial city of the Zhou dynasty with you to mediate with the other factions. However, I'll say the ugly words first. The Hao Ranjin sect will protect the imperial family of the Zhou dynasty for 100 years. However, you can't use the name of the Hao Ranjin sect to stir up trouble and secretly plot against the Hao Ranjin sect. Otherwise, our agreement will be null and void." The imperial preceptor's body stiffened. Some of the small calculations in his heart failed again. He forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, Lord Yi. The imperial family will not do such a thing. However, if other factions take the initiative to attack the imperial family, then we will not sit and wait for death." Yi Haran said, "This is up to you. The Hao Ranjin sect is only responsible for protecting the imperial family from destruction. You can't use the name of the Hao Ranjin sect to make enemies everywhere and smear the name of the Hao Ranjin sect. We won't care about anything else." After Yi Haran finished speaking, he began to arrange the team to go to the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. This negotiation involved hundreds of super factions and holy lands. He could only lead the team himself. The others couldn't because they didn't have enough weight. The next day, Yi Haran led Yi Haoyun and more than 300 experts of the Hao Ranjin sect, who were above the seventh heaven of Wushang. They took the transmission formation with the imperial preceptor and the crown prince to the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city. The actions of the Hao Ranjin sect naturally couldn't be hidden from the various factions who had been paying attention to the Zhou dynasty. Regarding the interference of the Hao Ranjin sect, the super factions and holy lands who participated in the plot against the Zhou dynasty all had a bad premonition in their hearts. While they secretly hated the fact that they couldn't stop the Zhou dynasty's group, they were also very dissatisfied with the interference of the Hao Ranjin sect. They made up their minds to not give in easily. As for provoking and killing the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, they didn't have the guts to do so. After Yi Haran and the others arrived at the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city, the family heads, sect heads, and sacred lords of the various factions all brought their people to the great Zhou dynasty's imperial city, one after another. They were ready to negotiate with the Hao Ranjin sect. Chapter 187. My cold is quite serious. I went for an infusion today and only wrote 2 chapters. I feel much better now. I will write more tonight and see if I can write 1 more chapter tomorrow. While waiting for the leaders of the various factions to arrive at the great Zhou imperial city, the imperial tutor, and the crown prince had already informed the emperor of the Zhou dynasty and the decision-makers of the imperial family of the results of the negotiations with the Hao-Ranjin sect. It was obvious that both the emperor and the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty were very dissatisfied with the results of the negotiations. However, the severe situation and the attitude of the Hao-Ranjin sect forced them to compromise. Yi Haoran had already said that if the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty did not agree to this condition, they would not interfere and they could do whatever they wanted. In the end, the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty suppressed their anger and humiliation and compromised. After all the leaders of the various factions had arrived, the Hao-Ranjin sect and the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty began to negotiate with the various factions. After 3 days of intense negotiations, they finally reached an agreement. The result of the negotiations was that the Zhou dynasty would be dissolved. The remaining imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty would no longer be able to use the title of imperial family. They would be changed to the Zhou clan. They would only be able to occupy an area with a radius of 3 million miles. They would also have to give up 60% of their resources and all their secret manuals except for the core secret manuals. They would also have to promise that they would not take the initiative to attack the various factions for 1,000 years in exchange for the survival of the Zhou clan. In the past few days of negotiations, the great Zhou royal family had truly felt the thoughts and determination of the various major forces to kill them. If it weren't for the Haoran Orthodox sect standing there to deter the various major forces, they might have been annihilated on the spot by the various major forces who had come. After experiencing the dangerous situation of being targeted by everyone, the imperial family of the great Zhou dynasty no longer mentioned that the Hao-Ranjin sect was taking advantage of the situation. Their attitude towards the Hao-Ranjin sect had changed greatly. There were some things that one would never know the dangers of without experiencing it personally. If it weren't for the Hao-Ranjin sect, the members of the great Zhou royal family felt that the hundreds of forces would have destroyed them. After settling the matter of the Zhou dynasty, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect returned to Tiangang Peak. They would continue to develop Hao-Ranjin sect with peace of mind and improve their strength. Xin Yu also officially joined the Hao-Ranjin sect and became a member of the Elders' Hall. In the days that followed, Yi Tianzong studied the various secret manuals he had obtained from the Penglai sect and the Zhou dynasty, absorbing their essence and fusing them into his Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture, Haoran's True Heaven's Wind formula, and Haoran's Heaven's Wind holy technique. He also created a myth realm cultivation method that was suitable for everyone in the Hao-Ranjin sect to cultivate. Other than that, he would occasionally give lectures on martial arts in the martial arts lecture hall and spar with Xinyu. Because the two of them were almost equal in strength, if Yi Tianzong didn't use the Heaven's Expanse sword and sword techniques, he wouldn't be able to defeat Xinyu. After battling with Shanyu again and again, not only did the Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture become more perfect, Yi Tianzong also further unearthed some of his own potential, and his battle strength increased by another level. Martial arts like the World Suppression Fist and the Heaven Covering Palm were also deduced by him to become more profound and mysterious. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, with Xinyu as his sparring partner, Yi Tianzong's battle strength had not only increased by 2 times, reaching a level where he could fight Xinyu barehanded, but even Ling Xinyue's battle strength had also improved greatly. With her current strength at the peak of Wu Sheng's 9th heavenly stage, she was able to deal with about 40 ordinary 9th heavenly stage powerhouses of Wu Sheng. At the same time, Yi Tianzong had comprehended a variety of cultivation methods, martial skills, secret techniques, and other secret techniques. Once again, he had improved the Haoran Heavenly Dipper True incantation and the Haoran Heavenly Dipper Saint incantation. The 2 improved martial arts cultivation methods were superior to the previous ones in all aspects. At the same time, the martial arts and sword techniques that came with them were also more powerful. After the improved cultivation methods, the strength of everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect increased again. At the same time, in these 10 years, the Hao Ranjin sect also established a relationship with the Sea tribe and launched a series of cooperation. The one who contacted the Hao Ranjin sect was a Sea tribe that was 3 million miles away from the coast of the Central Plains, the Mermaid Clan. The Mermaid Clan was relatively close to the Central Plains and was also one of the stronger Sea tribes. They ruled the sea area with a radius of 5 million miles. The Mermaid Clan was also born in the mythological era and had been passed down since then. In the process of the recovery of the world, they gradually came into being and occupied the vast sea area. Because the Mermaid Clan was relatively close to the land, they had more frequent exchanges with the human clan of the Central Plains. In ancient times, they had even helped the Central Plains to resist the ravages of the Abyss Demon Clan. Since Yi Tianzong's previous trip to the Penglai sect, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect realized that the vast and boundless sea contained unimaginable resources and treasures. It was definitely a treasure trove of resources. Moreover, some of the specialties in the sea area were very helpful for the martial arts cultivation of warriors. Therefore, after making preparations, the Hao Ranjin sect began to try to contact the Sea tribe in the boundless sea area in the hope of achieving cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, many of the treasures and spiritual materials on the land were also needed by the Sea tribes. Because they had made inquiries in advance, the people of the Hao Ranjin sect directly went to one of the 3 powerful sea tribes in the coastal area, the Mermaid Clan. In the coastal area, there were a total of 3 powerful tribes in a radius of 10 million miles. One was the Mermaid Clan, one was the Deinosuchus clan, and the other was the Sea Lion clan. Among the 3 tribes, the Deinosuchus clan was the most powerful, but they were not interested in the human clan. The Mermaid Clan and the Sea Lion clan were equal in strength. The Mermaid Clan was the closest to the land, while the Sea Lion clan was the furthest. The Hao Ranjin sect's contact with the Mermaid Clan in the coastal area was relatively smooth. Because the Mermaid Clan had more contact with the human clan on the coast, they naturally had some understanding of the Hao Ranjin sect that was famous in the Central Plains. After some discussion, the Hao Ranjin sect and the Mermaid Clan reached an agreement. The Mermaid Clan would be responsible for providing the Hao Ranjin sect with the specialties of the sea area, while the Hao Ranjin sect would provide the Mermaid Clan with elixirs and weapons that could improve their strength. As a show of sincerity, the Hao Ranjin sect deployed medium-distance and short-distance teleportation formations for the Mermaid Clan. In order to facilitate the trade and cooperation, the Hao Ranjin sect also built a coastal city that covered an area of 100 miles on the coast of the Central Plains. With the continuous supply of spiritual materials, spiritual herbs, and other specialties from the sea area provided by the Mermaid Clan, the strength of the Hao Ranjin sect improved even faster. At the same time, the Mermaid Clan's overall strength also improved rapidly because of the elixirs and weapons provided by the Hao Ranjin sect. In 10 years, the Mermaid Clan's strength had increased by more than 20%, and they were more confident in facing the threat of the Deinosuchus clan. Just as the Hao Ranjin sect was developing its strength with peace of mind, the demon-killing alliance was defeated by the Demon Clan. The demon-killing alliance suffered heavy losses and was forced to retreat thousands of miles. The bad news of the 6 demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances being destroyed spread throughout the Central Plains. When this shocking news came out, all the forces in the Central Plains did not believe it at first. After confirming it again and again, nervousness and fear followed. After the demon-killing alliance was defeated by the Demon Clan, the Hao Ranjin sect was also the first to receive the news. It turned out that during the war with the Demon Clan, there were 6 places where the demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances were fighting. The strength of this demon-killing alliance's sub-alliance was too terrifying and unbelievable. All the experts of Wushang who fought against this demon-killing alliance, including those at the 9th heaven, could not resist 2 moves. Those at the 8th heaven and 7th heaven of Wusheng could not resist even one move. They were all crushed by the demon-killing alliance. The demon-killing alliance suffered heavy casualties, and a large number of Wusheng's experts died. The demon-killing alliance took the opportunity to launch a big counterattack. The death of a large number of experts caused the demon-killing alliance to have almost no power to fight back under the attack of the demon clan. The demon-killing alliance was forced to retreat thousands of miles before the demon-killing alliance stopped chasing. During this process, 6 of the demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances were destroyed by the demon army led by the 6 demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances. Not only these 6 sub-alliances that were destroyed, but the strength of the demon-killing alliance in the other places where the demon-killing alliance was fighting was also at least twice as strong as before. The demon-killing alliance was completely defeated. Each place where the demon-killing alliance fought had to retreat at least hundreds of thousands of miles. After this defeat, the entire demon-killing alliance lost at least 40% of its strength. Every force that joined the demon-killing alliance suffered either light or heavy losses, especially the Hao-Ranjin sect. In this battle with the Abyss Demon Clan, the Hao-Ranjin sect was the focus of the demon-killing alliance's attack. More than 200,000 of the 300,000 Haran disciples in the demon-killing alliance were killed or injured in this battle. Less than 100,000 disciples returned to the demon-killing alliance in good condition. Chapter 188. When the Hao-Ranjin sect received the news, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect were heartbroken. There were more than 300,000 disciples in the demon-killing alliance. Half of them were the elites among Haran's disciples, and there were more than 50 chosen ones, according to the report of the surviving Elder Haoran. After this battle, other than the heavy casualties of the elite disciples, only 7 of the more than 50 supreme disciples returned alive. Of the more than 300 martial sage elders who led the team, only 20 were left alive. Among the 36 forces in the demon-killing alliance, the Hao-Ranjin sect suffered the heaviest loss. They lost so many elite and chosen ones, as well as Wuxing elders, all at once. This was a huge loss that had never happened in the past hundreds of years. The entire Hao-Ranjin sect was in an uproar, followed by endless anger and killing intent. They had to take revenge. After hearing the news, all the Hao-Ranjin sect elders and disciples begged to take revenge for their dead comrades. Yi Haoran personally went to Yi Tianzong, who was in seclusion, and told Yi Tianzong about the huge loss of the Hao-Ranjin sect in the battle with the demon race. After Yi Tianzong heard this, the anger in his heart surged out. The righteous sect had spent a lot of resources to nurture each and every one of them. It would be unbearable for them to suffer a single casualty. More than 200,000 of them were killed or injured in one go, including many elite disciples, Sky Pride disciples, and martial saint elders. Those prodigious disciples had all been nurtured with countless resources to become outstanding seeds with unique constitutions. They were the future mainstays of the righteous path, and there was hope for them to break through to the myth realm. However, only 7 out of 50 of them were still alive. Of the 60 to 70,000 elite disciples who had died, at least a third of them could break through to the martial saint realm in the future. Many of the martial saint elders who had died had been with the righteous path for hundreds of years, and they had all died just like that. After Yi Tianzong came out of seclusion, he flew into a rage in Haoran's main hall. He gritted his teeth and said, "We must take revenge. I will do it myself. Leave those demon envoys to me and Xinyu. This time, the Hao-Ranjin sect will use 80% of our strength. We have armors, weapons, pills, exploding flame beads, and formation discs. We must make the demon race pay a heavy price." Just as the Colossus Hao-Ranjin sect was preparing for war, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great holy lands came to the door. This time, the demon-killing alliance suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the demon race. They and the Haurangian sect formed a united camp and suffered the most casualties. Among their camp, the Haurangian sect suffered the heaviest casualties. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great Holy Lands, who had not suffered such heavy losses for hundreds of years, could not swallow their anger. But according to the information they had gathered, they knew that the 6 blue-purple existences that appeared among the demon race were the demon envoys. Until now, the terror of the demon envoys was still fresh in their minds. They were very clear that they could not deal with the 6 demon envoys by themselves. Without Yi Tianzong from the Haurangian sect to deal with those demon envoys, no matter how many people they sent, it would be useless. Until the Haurangian sect absolutely could not swallow their anger, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great Holy Lands came to the door. They wanted to discuss with the Haurangian sect how to take revenge. As for the Demon-Killing Alliance, to be honest, they did not expect the Demon-Killing Alliance to do anything. It was not that the Demon-Killing Alliance was useless and could not help them. It was just that the Demon-Killing Alliance was too large and had too many members. Now that they had suffered a defeat, it was impossible for them to organize a strong force to fight the demon race again in a short period of time. By the time the Demon-Killing Alliance had accumulated enough strength, the demon race would have been ready. If they wanted to take revenge on the demon race as soon as possible, they still had to rely on the alliance formed by the Demon-Killing Alliance and the Haurangian sect. When the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the sacred masters of the 10 great Holy Lands arrived at the Haurangian sect, they found that the entire Haurangian sect had been mobilized and was wantonly preparing for war. After seeing Yi Hauran, the master of Kunlun sect asked directly, "Lordy, may I know why your sect has made such a big move?" Although he did not say the latter part of his sentence clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. Yi Hauran did not keep them in suspense. With a serious face he said, "Yes, just as you think, the demon race killed more than 200,000 disciples of the Haurangian sect this time, including hundreds of senior Wuxing elders, and more than 50 talented disciples. But only 7 of them are left. The Haurangian sect can't take this lying down, so we must avenge our dead disciples. This time we will use all our resources and mobilize 80% of our strength. Tianzong will deal with those demon envoys, and the rest of the demon race, the Haurangian sect, will definitely make them pay the price. This time, we will not stop until we destroy several important strongholds of the demon race and slaughter hundreds of millions of demons." Although they were mentally prepared, the Lingyun Hall master, the master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred masters were still very shocked when they heard Yi Hauran's resolute tone and the decision of the whole Haurangian sect. Although they knew that the Haurangian sect would make a big move this time, they did not expect that they would mobilize 80% of their strength and use all their resources. They were going to fight the demon race to the death. However, when they heard Yi Hauran say that only 7 of the talented disciples of the Haurangian sect were left, they understood why the Haurangian sect was so desperate. There were at most a dozen talented disciples in their respective sects, and all the talented disciples who had reached the level of heaven's pride were blessed with good luck and peerless talent. In the future, they had a lot of hope to become strong masters of the myth realm, which was related to the future of the whole sect. As a result, more than 40 disciples of the Haurangian sect died at once. No wonder the Haurangian sect was going all out. If they were in the same situation, they would also go all out. However, after seeing the determination of the Haurangian sect, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred masters also expressed their determination to avenge their dead disciples and were willing to act together with the Haurangian sect. Anyway, Yi Tianzong would deal with the demon envoys, so they did not need to worry. They were not afraid at all. They directly sent 60% of their strength and gathered together with the Haurangian sect to form an army of 18 million people. These 18 million people were all strong masters of the martial lord realm and above. None of them were warriors below the martial lord realm. The army of 18 million people did not split up. Instead, they merged together and went straight to the strongholds of the demon race. Through the teleportation channel and teleportation formation that the Hao-Ranjin sect had secretly built in the past, they were directly teleported to the stronghold of the demon race where the demon envoys had appeared. During the battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race, a purple-blue demon envoys appeared in each of the 6 strongholds of the demon race. There were a total of 6 of them. Yi Tianzong alone was not enough to deal with these 6 demon envoys. Even if he had the boundless god sword, he would not be able to deal with them in a short time. After all, 7 demon envoys had died one after another at the hands of Yi Tianzong. No matter how stupid the demon race was, they would definitely have a way to deal with it. Since they knew that Yi Tianzong had a powerful divine sword, and those demon envoys dared to appear again, they definitely had something to rely on. Moreover, the strongholds of the demon race were all connected by teleportation channels. As long as Yi Tianzong appeared in one of the strongholds, the demon envoys from the other 5 strongholds would definitely support him through the teleportation channels. If Shan Yu did not appear, then Yi Tianzong would be in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded by 6 demon envoys. Chapter 189. However, what the demons didn't know was that the Hao-Ranjin sect had added Shan Yu, a super fighter whose strength was on par with Yi Tianzong's. In order to increase Shan Yu's strength, Yi Tianzong not only gave Shan Yu a battle armor that could defend against Wu Sheng's 9 heavens attack, but he also found a glass sword for her from his collection in the Immortal Mansion. This glass sword was a spoil of war that Yi Tianzong had obtained from killing a supreme elder of the Clear Sky sect, who was equivalent to the 3rd heaven of Myth Realm. In these 10 years, Yi Tianzong had gradually accepted the fact that Shan Yu had sincerely joined the Hao-Ranjin sect. He was no longer as guarded against her as he was in the beginning. He allowed her to comprehend the countless ancient books and records in the Hao-Ranjin sect's collection, and she never lacked cultivation resources. Shan Yu herself was the reincarnation of a former supreme, venerable soul. Although the soul's power and foundation had been exhausted, her comprehension and aptitude were second only to Yi Tianzong in the Hao-Ranjin sect, surpassing Ling Xinyue. Therefore, she only lacked the conditions for external resources. With the countless ancient books and records in the Hao-Ranjin sect as a reference, Shan Yu didn't spend too much time creating a set of Shan Yu Heaven Sutra that suited her. In addition to the defensive armor and glass sword provided by Yi Tianzong, her strength had increased by about 10% compared to before she joined the Hao-Ranjin sect. With Yi Tianzong and Shan Yu, it was definitely enough to deal with the siege of the 6 demon envoys. After 6 days of continuous teleportation through 2 underground tunnels and 3 long-distance, large-scale teleportation formations, the army of 18 million from the Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands finally arrived in the vicinity of the demon stronghold. Yi Haoren, the Lingyun Hall's master, the Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 great sacred masters sent a message to the demon-killing alliance's main alliance at the same time. The general content was that the failure of the battle with the demon race was due to the demon race's premeditated plan and the appearance of the 6 demon envoys. Right now, our Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred lands have gathered most of their forces to take revenge. Leave the demon envoys to us. If you want to take revenge, then gather your forces and take action. If you don't have the guts, then obediently keep an eye on the demons in other places and don't drop the ball. Would the major forces of the Central Plains, who had been utterly defeated by the devil race and had suffered heavy losses, be willing to accept this? Of course not. After learning that the 6 terrifying demons had once fought with the Hao-Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, and Kunlun sect, and that Yi Tianzong, as the alliance master of the demon-killing alliance, directly took on the task of dealing with the 6 demon envoys, the major forces that wanted to take revenge also began to mobilize their forces and take action. When it came to dealing with the demon race, both the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains were relatively united. Most of the forces began to mobilize their forces to take revenge. However, no matter when, there would always be people who dropped the ball. This time there were 34 superforces and 2 holy lands that had no intention of taking revenge against the demon race. Instead, they negatively affected the other forces. These forces that dropped the ball were all recorded. While the demon-killing alliance was still gathering their forces and consolidating their forces, the army of 18 million soldiers formed by the Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had already engaged in a fierce battle with an important stronghold of the demon race. Although it was a fierce battle for the demon race, it was a fierce battle for the Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, and the other forces that wanted to take revenge on the demon race were delighted. This time, in order to take revenge, the Haurangian sect directly brought along 70% of their stockpile of exploding flame pearls, which amounted to 140 million exploding flame pearls. More than 6 million members of the Haurangian sect, who were at the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm, stood at the front of the army of 18 million soldiers and threw exploding flame pearls at the demon race. Boom, boom, boom! Countless explosions sounded. All the demons below the Wu Zun realm who stood in front of the Haurangian sect were killed by the exploding flame pearls. The Wu Zun realm and Wu Shang realm experts of the demon race were also surrounded by the people of the Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. They were besieged and killed. It was just an important stronghold of the demon race. Although it was powerful, it was far from being a match for the 13 forces, including the Haurangian sect and Lingyun Hall. Hundreds of millions of low-level demons were bombarded by the exploding flame pearls by the more than 6 million disciples of the Haurangian sect who were at the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm. The exploding flame pearls caused the demons of the Marquis Wu realm and Wu King realm within a radius of 1 kilometer to be either smashed into pieces or seriously injured. The people of the Haurangian sect hated the Abyss demons so much that they didn't fight the demons at all. They directly bombarded them with exploding flame pearls without stopping. Soon, the demons of the stronghold of the demon race, which had a population of nearly 200 million, suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the exploding flame pearls by the disciples of the Haurangian sect. In the sky, the members of the Wu Zun realm and Wu Shang realm of the demon race were quickly killed by the experts of the Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, who outnumbered them by 3 to 1. They didn't intend to leave any survivors. The number of experts of the demon race was decreasing rapidly, both on the ground and in the sky. This time, the allied forces of the Haurangian sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands took revenge very quickly and suddenly. They even traveled through the transmission channels and transmission formations secretly built by the Haurangian sect. Their movements were also very secretive. The demon race didn't have time to respond at all. They were caught unprepared by the allied forces of the 13 forces, including the Haurangian sect. They didn't have time to activate many defensive measures. In a short period of time, they suffered heavy casualties. They were pushed to the vicinity of the demon race's nest and were about to be attacked. When the demon race's defense collapsed under the attack of the exploding flame pearls of the Haurangian sect stopped attacking. They joined forces with the troops of the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands and set up an encirclement around the tunnel of the demon race's nest. They planned to encircle the demon race and wait for their reinforcements. From the beginning of the attack to the arrival of the demon race's underground nest, only less than 2 hours had passed. More than 80% of the experts of the demon race on the sky battlefield had been killed. The remaining experts of the demon race couldn't hold on for much longer. In less than 2 hours, the demon race in the underground nest had enough time to find reinforcements. Encircling this stronghold of the demon race and waiting for the demon race underground to find reinforcements. Then they would eliminate the demon race. This was the battle strategy decided by Yi Haoren, the Lord of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lords. To put it bluntly, it was to encircle the stronghold and attack the reinforcements. The main purpose of this revenge against the demon race was to eliminate as many experts of the same level as Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the demon race as possible. When the demon race underground went to other places to seek reinforcements, the first reinforcements who came were also experts of the same level as Wu Zun and Wu Sheng. As long as this stronghold of the demon race was defended, there would be an endless stream of experts of the demon race from other places. Now, the demon-killing alliance was still gathering strength. The Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands formed a force. It was equivalent to a lone army penetrating deep into the enemy territory without any reinforcements. The demon race would never let go of this good opportunity to eliminate the allied forces of the Haoranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the other forces. They would definitely send a large number of experts. On the other hand, if this stronghold was completely destroyed, the allied forces would have to spend a lot of time traversing a long distance to find the next important stronghold of the demon race. It would be very troublesome. Chapter 190. Just as the experts of the Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were carrying out their final encirclement against the experts of the demon clan, Shen Yu was currently engaged in an intense battle with a demon envoy that was guarding the stronghold of the demon clan. Yi Tianzong was watching from the side. Shen Yu had never come into contact with a demon envoy before, so Yi Tianzong handed this demon envoy over to her to deal with. At the same time, she could also familiarize herself with the methods and strength of the demon envoy. This time, the demon envoy that appeared had black and red sharp claws on its 2 claws. Although it was not as good as the colored glass divine sword in Shen Yu's hands, it was still able to exchange blows with Shen Yu. Shen Yu held the colored glass divine sword in her hands and used her self-created sky moon sword technique. Every time she waved her divine sword, there would be a crescent moon sword light that attacked the demon envoy. Yi Tianzong's strength had been raised several times, and his battle prowess was 2 levels higher than the first time he faced the demon envoy in the Haoranjin sect. Shen Yu's strength was on par with Yi Tianzong's, so dealing with a single demon envoy was naturally not a problem. Even though the demon envoys that appeared this time had weapons in their hands and their attack power had increased by quite a bit, their sharp black claws could easily tear through space. However, after less than 2 hours of intense battle, Shen Yu still firmly held the upper hand. Yi Tianzong paid attention to the battle between Shen Yu and the demon envoy, while also paying attention to the situation of the demon clan stronghold below. Right now, the demon envoy that was fighting with Shen Yu was already at a complete disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before he was destroyed by Shen Yu. However, in order to avoid any accidents, Yi Tianzong still joined forces with Shan Yu to eliminate the demon envoy in front of them, reducing the number of demon envoys that they would have to face. After eliminating the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu returned to the ground, guarding above the stronghold of the demon clan. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong noticed that a large number of demon powerhouses had appeared in the tunnel of the demon stronghold. It seemed that the reinforcements of the demons had arrived. The first to come out were the 3 blue-purple demon envoys. After the 3 demon envoys appeared, they immediately saw Yi Tianzong standing above the passage, his entire body emitting a powerful aura. After seeing Yi Tianzong, these 3 demon envoys knew that the demon envoys guarding this place had already been eliminated by Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong was the enemy of the entire demon race, as well as the number 1 enemy of these demon envoys. All the demon envoys that came in contact with Yi Tianzong had been eliminated by Yi Tianzong. These demon envoys who became demon envoys later on hated Yi Tianzong to the core. With eyes filled with resentment and dense killing intent, the 3 demon envoys who appeared first simply didn't care about the other Wusheng powerhouses that they could easily kill, and directly rushed towards Yi Tianzong. When Yi Tianzong saw the 3 demon envoys rushing towards him, he didn't stop. Instead, he flew 10,000 li high up in the sky, and the 3 demon envoys followed closely behind. Shen Yu stayed above the passage of the demon clan stronghold, paying attention to the traces of the other demon envoys. The demon race didn't know that Yi Tianzong had a helper, so it was very likely that the 3 demon envoys would delay Yi Tianzong, and then the remaining 2 demon envoys would be sandwiched between the Wushang level powerhouses of the demon race, and start a massacre against the powerhouses of the Haoranjin sect, Lingyunhal, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. After the 3 demon envoys chased Yi Tianzong for 10,000 li high up in the sky, a large number of demon race powerhouses rushed out from the passage behind the 3 demon envoys. Then they started a fierce fight with the powerhouses of the Wushang and Wu Zun of the Haoranjin sect, Lingyunhal, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. In the huge passage that was 10 li wide, numerous demon race powerhouses rushed out at an extremely fast speed, like a huge black torrent. In a short while, hundreds of thousands of demon race powerhouses of the level of Wushang and Wu Zun had appeared, and started a fierce battle with the powerhouses of the allied forces in the vast sky. Although the allied forces of the Wushang and Wu Zun had launched a group attack against these demon race powerhouses the moment they appeared, the number of demon race powerhouses increased much faster than the number of demon race powerhouses being eliminated. That sky-reaching black torrent seemed to have no end, and a large number of demon race powerhouses were emerging from the ground at every moment. When more than 3 million demon race powerhouses had appeared, although the reinforcements of the demon race were still coming in a steady stream, the speed and number of their appearance had greatly decreased. It seemed that the demon race powerhouses that had rushed out at an extremely fast speed just now had only appeared after they had gathered underground. After all, it took time for the transmission passage to transport demon race powerhouses, and it was impossible for countless demon race powerhouses to appear at once. Fortunately, the allied forces of the Wushang and Wu Zun were still able to deal with the 3 million-plus demon race powerhouses of the allied forces of Wushang and Wu Zun. The 2 sides fought fiercely in the vast sky, and it was a life-and-death struggle. The reinforcements of the demon race were still coming in, and Shen Yu, who had been waiting above the passage, finally discovered new demon envoys. Sure enough, as Yi Tianzong had expected, under the observation of Shen Yu, 3 demon envoys appeared in the passage of the demon race's stronghold. Because Shen Yu had concealed her aura, these 3 demon envoys did not discover her immediately. After the 3 demon envoys appeared, except for 1 demon envoy who flew up to 10,000 li to support the other 3 demon envoys in besieging Yi Tianzong, the remaining 2 demon envoys directly attacked the allied forces of Wushang. After seeing the 3 demon envoys appear, Shen Yu was very surprised. She did not expect that the demon race still had a card up their sleeves. There were a total of 7 demon envoys. Some time ago, when the demon-killing alliance suffered a crushing defeat, the demon race did not dispatch all of their demon envoys, but instead hid one. However, it did not matter whether they hid it or not. For demon envoys besieging Yi Tianzong, although it would be difficult, Shen Yu believed that Yi Tianzong would be able to withstand it. Then the remaining 2 demon envoys would be left to her. After seeing the 2 demon envoys kill several Wuxing experts of Lingyun Hall and Heavenly Snow Holy Land in an instant, Shen Yu did not delay and shot out 2 rays of waning moon divine light at the 2 demon envoys. The 2 demon envoys were not prepared and were ambushed by Shen Yu, who was much stronger than them, and were immediately hit. Although the waning moon divine light that Shen Yu shot out would consume a large amount of her magic power, the power of the waning moon divine light was very strong, enough to meet Yi Tianzong's boundless sword head-on. When the 2 demon envoys were hit by Shen Yu's waning moon divine light, it was equivalent to being slashed by Yi Tianzong's boundless sword. They immediately suffered a great loss and were seriously injured. "While you're sick, I'll take your life." After awakening, Xin Yu had inherited the ruthlessness of a supreme, celestial venerate. After ambushing the two demon envoys, Xin Yu directly launched an attack on one of the demon envoys. She held the colored glass divine sword in her hand and slashed out streaks of condensed and sharp waning moon sword light, which directly hit the demon envoys that were hastily defending themselves. The immense power of the waning moon sword light directly hit the demon envoys, who were hastily defending themselves, hundreds of miles away. Xin Yu followed closely behind, not letting the demon envoys off, and shot out another ray of waning moon divine light. The speed of the waning moon divine light's attack reached the demon envoys in an instant, and the flying demon envoys could not react at all, and were hit again. The demon envoys, who were already seriously injured, were continuously attacked by the waning moon divine light, and directly lost most of their combat power. Xin Yu caught up with them while they were still flying, and ended their lives with a single sword strike. Then, according to Yi Tianzong's instructions, she shot out a ray of magic power flame and burned the already dead demon envoys, leaving only a drop of blood that was filled with dense, dark, evil power. Xin Yu waved her hand and put it into her storage bag. Then she turned around to look for the other seriously injured demon envoys. Originally, she was surprised that she had not been attacked or blocked by the other demon envoys when she had been continuously attacking the dead demon envoys. However, when she took a closer look, it turned out that the other seriously injured demon envoys had been blocked by Ling Xinye. At this moment, Ling Xinye was engaged in a fierce battle with the seriously injured demon envoys. Ever since Ling Xinye became Yi Tianzong's woman, under Yi Tianzong's constant support and guidance, her physique had continuously improved, and her foundation had also strengthened. Her corresponding strength had also increased. Before Shen Yu's arrival, she had always been the second strongest person in the Hao Ranjin sect, second only to Yi Tianzong. Chapter 191. In Yi Tianzong's Wanxiang formation, there were 5 levels: normal, elite, heaven's pride, king, and sovereign. Ling Xinye had originally reached the king level, but after Shen Yu joined the Hao Ranjin sect, Ling Xinye's thirst for strength became even more stubborn. She always sharpened herself in the extreme environment of the immortal mansion, causing Yi Tianzong to feel both heartache and anger. After 10 years in the outside world and nearly 40 years in the immortal mansion, Ling Xinye finally broke through her limits. Her battle prowess had entered the sovereign level, and her strength had greatly increased. Holding the new moon divine sword that Yi Tianzong had specially made for her, Ling Xinye fought fiercely with the heavily injured demon envoy, and even had a slight advantage. After seeing Ling Xinye and the demon envoy fight, Xin Yu did not immediately make a move. Instead, she stood to the side and watched as Ling Xinye and the demon envoy fought. Before, the demon envoy's strength was much higher than Ling Xinye's by a large margin. Now that the demon envoy was heavily injured, it was a good opportunity for Ling Xinye to practice. However, Xin Yu knew that even if the demon envoy was heavily injured, Ling Xinye still had a slight advantage. In the end, she would still be defeated by the demon envoy. After killing the demon envoy, Xin Yu knew that the demon envoy's foundation was that drop of blood that was filled with dark and evil energy. As long as the demon envoy was not killed in a short period of time, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would be able to slowly recover under the effects of that drop of blood. Now that Ling Xinye was fighting the injured demon envoy, she only had a slight advantage. This gave the demon envoy time to recover. He did not need to fully recover from his injuries, and the demon envoy would slowly reverse the situation and defeat Ling Xinye in the end. However, with Shen Yu, who was much stronger than the demon envoy, watching from the side, it would not be too late to kill the demon envoy when Ling Xinye was no match for him. This was also Xin Yu's plan. While Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the allied forces were fighting the demon envoy, there was still a steady stream of demon envoy reinforcements coming from the huge passage of the demon envoy stronghold. In order to control the speed and number of Demon Envoy on the battlefield and prevent the Demon Envoy from exceeding the number of the Allied forces were at a disadvantage. The Marshal Marquis and Marshal King experts, who had formed an encirclement around the Devil clan on the ground, also began to move. The more than 15 million Allied forces on the ground, including the Hauranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, all approached the passage of the Demon Envoy stronghold. Then they separated into different camps, took out the formation plates prepared by each force, and arranged their own trap and kill formations around the huge passage with a diameter of 10 miles. The Haran Orthodox sect, Cloud Reaching Palace, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had prepared their own trap and kill formations, which covered an area of 30 miles around the Devil Race's stronghold and sealed it tightly. As a result, those Devil Race experts, who were still coming to reinforce the Devil Race, were immediately blocked by the layers of trap and kill formations. Compared to Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, Marquis Wu and King Wu alone might be able to kill them easily. However, the trap and kill formations arranged by more than 15 million Marquis Wu and King Wu were a fatal threat to Wu Zun and Wu Sheng. Even if there were 3,000 super experts of Wu Sheng at the ninth heaven, they could do nothing in the face of such a large number of Marquis Wu and King Wu's trap and kill formations. The reinforcements of the Demon Envoy's army were intercepted and besieged by more than 15 million Marquis Wu and King Wu on the ground. The Allied forces fighting in the sky had no more worries for the time being, so they focused on dealing with the Demon Envoy. In this vast battlefield with a radius of 100,000 miles, the senior members of the Hauranjin sect, led by Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family, performed very well in the battle against the Demon Envoy. Yi Haoran and other members of Yi Tianzong's family thought that with the special physique of the peak of the profound stage and the powerful cultivation methods and martial skills that they had cultivated, their battle strength had reached the king level. Therefore, they could kill the Demon Envoy at the ninth heaven of Wu Sheng within a few moves. As for the other senior members of the Hauranjin sect, most of them were outstanding disciples in the past, and their battle strength had reached the level of the heavenly sons. Therefore, they could kill the enemy within a dozen moves. After killing the enemy, Yi Haoran and others, as well as the senior members of the Hauranjin sect, went to support the other members of the Hauranjin sect and tried to kill the Demon Envoy in the shortest time possible. After defeating their opponents, the experts of the Hauranjin sect began to support the experts of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. As the situation on the battlefield in the sky became better and better, the Demon Envoy who was fighting with Ling Xinyue also gradually recovered from his disadvantage. His injuries were constantly recovering, and he began to suppress Ling Xinyue. No matter how hard Ling Xinyue tried, she still could not change the fact that she was gradually being suppressed. On the other side, after seeing that Ling Xinyue was in a disadvantageous position, Shen Yu stopped watching the battle. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the Demon Envoy and Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu first sent a sound transmission to Ling Xinyue. "All right, don't force yourself. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." This time, 6 demon envoys appeared. "After dealing with this one, there will be 4 more in the sky, and I will also go and help. You are not inferior to anyone else, and there are plenty of opportunities and time to improve yourself. There is no need to be so impatient. If you are injured, I can't bear the responsibility." While sending a sound transmission to Ling Xinyue, Shen once again took the opportunity to send out a ray of waning moon divine light, seriously injuring the Demon Envoy, who had recovered from his injuries again. Then, holding the colored glass divine sword, she directly launched a fierce attack on the heavily injured Demon Envoy. Under Shen Yu's powerful strength, the heavily injured Demon Envoy could not resist for long. With an unwilling roar, his head and primordial spirit were cut off by Shen Yu's sword. After collecting the remaining demon blood, Shen Yu nodded to Ling Xinyue and said, "Take care of yourself. I will go first." Then, Xin Yu's body turned into a ray of light and directly flew up into the sky. After arriving at the sky, Xin Yu saw Yi Tianzong holding the boundless divine sword in his hand, fiercely fighting with 4 demon envoys. This time, Yi Tianzong was facing 4 demon envoys who had weapons. He did not draw upon the Howren's righteous qi, and instead relied on his own strength to fight with the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong was surrounded by the 4 demon envoys, and they all launched their fiercest and most murderous attacks at each other. The fluctuations of their battle affected the surrounding 10,000 miles of the sky, and countless Yuan Qi riots were caused by the battle between Yi Tianzong and the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong's strength had increased by 2 levels compared to before, and when he used the boundless divine sword, its power was also much more powerful. Although the 4 demon envoys were equipped with weapons, they did not gain any advantage in their battle with Yi Tianzong. Instead, Yi Tianzong gained the upper hand. When Xin Yu arrived, Yi Tianzong was in the middle of an intense battle with the 4 demon envoys. "Do you need my help?" Xin Yu sent a sound transmission to Yi Tianzong. "Of course, although I can defeat them, it will take too much time. Let's attack together and destroy these 4 demon envoys." Yi Tianzong replied. After receiving Yi Tianzong's reply, Xin Yu sent out the waning moon divine light towards one of the demon envoys who was attacking Yi Tianzong. The waning moon divine light's power was extremely strong, and its attack speed was as fast as the speed of light. If one was not prepared in advance, they would not be able to dodge it and could only take it head-on. After Xin Yu sent out the waning moon divine light, the demon envoys who were targeted by Xin Yu immediately suffered a calamity, and because they were not prepared, they were immediately heavily injured. Xin Yu did not care about the other demon envoys, and directly launched a series of fatal attacks towards the injured demon envoys. Chapter 192. The 4 demon envoys besieging Yi Tianzong had restrained most of their auras when Xin Yu appeared in the sky. Therefore, the 4 demon envoys didn't pay much attention to the sudden appearance of Xin Yu, because according to their understanding and the information they had gathered over the years in the entire Central Plains, only Yi Tianzong's strength could pose a threat to them. The other experts, whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, were not worth mentioning. Furthermore, facing Yi Tianzong's fierce attacks, they could barely take care of themselves. How could they have the energy to guard against Xin Yu? Thus, the demon envoys that were attacked by the waning moon divine light were immediately seriously injured. Then, under Xin Yu's continuous fatal attacks, they did not last long before being cut down by her sword. On the other side, with 1 less demon envoy to attack, the pressure on Yi Tianzong was greatly reduced. Immediately, the 3 demon envoys were completely suppressed. The Qiankuan force field temporarily restrained the 3 demon envoys. Yi Tianzong used the first move of the boundless sword technique, 10,000 feet cold light. Under the continuous wave of the boundless godly sword, countless huge sword qis that could destroy all things, carrying Yi Tianzong's will as they attacked the 3 demon envoys. Although the 3 demon envoys did their best to block Yi Tianzong's attacks, under the extremely tyrannical 10,000 feet cold light, the 3 demon envoys still received heavy injuries. When they noticed that the human martial artist that appeared later had already eliminated one of their demon envoys, the 3 injured demon envoys were not stupid. They knew that the situation was not good, and the situation was dangerous. Immediately, they thought of retreating. Thus, together, they sent out 3 demon claws at Yi Tianzong. Then, without looking back, they rushed towards the demon race's stronghold below. After Yi Tianzong waved his godly sword to break the 3 demon envoys' attacks, he did not stop. He immediately chased after the 3 demon envoys. However, the 3 demon envoys ignored Xin Yu's existence. After dealing with 1 demon envoy, seeing that the other 3 demon envoys were about to escape, Xin Yu directly used a large amount of FA Li to send out 3 powerful waning moon divine lights at once. The three demon envoys did not run very far before they felt an extreme sense of danger. With no time to think, Zhang Xian hurriedly mobilized the energy in his body to defend himself. The three demon envoys were struck by the waning moon divine light and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The injuries they had suffered from Yi Tianzong's attacks worsened, and their escape was interrupted. At this time, Yi Tianzong had already caught up. This time, he fully activated the universe force field to bind the three demon envoys. Yi Tianzong brandished his divine sword, and it didn't take long for him to kill the three demon envoys. Putting away the 3 drops of demon blood, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Xinyu, who was flying over, he asked, "How are you?" Xinyu replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I used up a lot of my F-A-Li." Yi Tianzong nodded and took out a jade bottle and threw it to Xinyu, saying, "There are elixirs to recover F-A-Li inside. It's safer here. You can recover here first. I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, Yi Tianzong flew down to the battlefield. After watching Yi Tianzong disappear, Xinyu poured out a clear and dense elixir from the bottle. Just by smelling it, Xinyu felt refreshed. Without hesitation, Xinyu took the elixir and began to recover her F-A-Li. Yi Tianzong soon arrived at the battlefield between the allied forces and the demons. After seeing that the allied forces already had a great advantage and that Ling Xinyu, his parents, and others were safe and sound, Yi Tianzong did not stop and directly went to the demons' stronghold passage that had been tightly sealed by Marquis Wu and King Wu, who had more than 15 million troops. Yi Tianzong directly used his own powerful strength and superb cultivation of formations to open up a gap that could only allow him to enter without affecting the sealing of the demons' stronghold passage. After passing through layers of formations, Yi Tianzong finally entered the Howren's Heavenly Dipper Sword formation that Howren's disciples had set up. The reinforcements of the demons could not break through the layers of formations, so they could only think of ways to break through the large formation that was used to seal the passage. At this time, in the innermost layer of the Howren's Heavenly Dipper Sword formation, there were already more than 100,000 experts of Wu Zun and Wu Xing fighting Howren's disciples. After Yi Tianzong passed through the Howren's Heavenly Dipper Sword formation, he was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, slaughtering those demon experts. Under the control of Yi Tianzong, countless sharp and fierce Howren's sword qi directly killed and injured tens of thousands of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng level demon experts. After achieving success with one move, Yi Tianzong once again used the sword qi to wipe out a large number of demon experts. The remaining demons were so scared that they scrambled to escape back into the stronghold passage. After seeing those demons flee back into the passage, Yi Tianzong also came to the entrance of the huge passage, then took out a low-quality version of the divine purification talisman that he had used before, and directly crushed it at the entrance of the passage. The moment he crushed it, a beam of light that could purify all evils in the world penetrated the huge passage that was 10 miles in diameter. Whether it was the demons in the passage or in the underground lair, as long as they were within 30 miles of the purifying beam of light, all the demons below the 3rd heavenly layer of Wushang were completely wiped out by the power of the divine purification talisman. Holding the boundless, godly sword in his hand, Yi Tianzong said to more than one, 6 million Howren's disciples, disciples of Wu King level, follow me into the underground lair. Let's massacre the demons. After that, Yi Tianzong took the lead and entered the huge passage, heading straight for the underground lair of the demons. After Yi Tianzong, Howren's disciples also removed the sword formation, and the hundreds of thousands of Wu King level disciples entered the huge passage like a meteor shower, heading straight for the underground lair. After Howren's disciples removed the formation, the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands on the outer layer also removed the formation that sealed off the space. After knowing that Yi Tianzong and Howren's disciples had entered the underground lair, The experts of the various forces who had defeated the demons in the sky battlefield did not hesitate, and all led the way into the underground lair. After Yi Tianzong entered the lair, he found that the underground lair was very vast. It was more than 500 miles wide and more than 10 miles deep. There were still countless low-level demons in the lair. When Yi Tianzong appeared in the underground lair, countless demons swarmed towards Yi Tianzong. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong directly took out 4 low-level purifying talismans and crushed them in 4 directions. Suddenly, 4 purifying halos lit up in the dark underground lair, eliminating all the demons within a radius of dozens of miles. When the 4 purifying halos gradually disappeared, the Howren's disciples behind Yi Tianzong also entered the underground lair. 9 people in a group, free to hunt. After Yi Tianzong instructed the Howren's disciples behind him, he directly headed towards the place where the demons were densely gathered. After all, the purpose of this trip was to massacre the demons and avenge the dead disciples of Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong did not have the awareness that the strong could not bully the weak, so he began to massacre the demons in the underground lair. Yi Tianzong went all the way down. The deeper he went, the stronger the demons became. Yi Tianzong continuously used the sword sweeping demons, a large-scale group attack sword technique. From time to time, he would also take out low-level purifying talismans and crush them in the direction of the demons. From time to time, purifying halos within a radius of 15 miles would light up. Then, a large number of demons would be destroyed. While Yi Tianzong was cleaning up the demons in the depths of the lair, the people from Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands who had killed the demons all entered the underground lair one after another. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to slaughter all the demons they saw. For experts like Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, those low-level demons were equivalent to Wu Zong and Wu Zong. There was no reason for them to be spared. After learning that Yi Tianzong had advanced into the depths of the underground lair, those experts like Wu Zun and Wu Sheng also went into the depths of the lair. Any demons they encountered along the way were their targets. Chapter 193. At the lowest level of the demon race's underground lair, there were 3 large-scale transportation tunnels. While Yi Tianzong and the others were mercilessly cleaning up the low-level demons above, there was still a steady stream of demon race experts appearing at the lowest level of the demon race's lair. Because after Yi Tianzong dealt with the demon envoy, he quickly destroyed the demons trapped in the formation on the surface, and then directly attacked the underground lair. As a result, the demons at the lowest level did not have time to receive the news of their defeat. Therefore, there were still demon race experts from other places rushing over through the transportation tunnels. It was not until Yi Tianzong, who was the first to enter the underground lair, reached a depth of 5 kilometers that the demons at the lowest level received the news that the human race allied forces above ground had already attacked. It was too late to escape. The demons at the lowest level decisively stopped the transportation tunnels that were still open, and then directly destroyed them. After destroying all the teleportation channels, all the demons rushed up with determination in their eyes. Yi Tianzong already knew about the movements of the demons at the deepest level of the lair through his divine sense. Although he wanted to stop them, the countless demons along the way were like a storm, converging towards him from all directions. Whether he used this sword sweeping demons or crushed the divine purification talisman, those demons rushed towards him without any fear. With every step Yi Tianzong took, he had to destroy countless demons. Yi Tianzong's whole body exuded a mighty and masculine golden light, like a destructive whirlpool that devoured countless devils and all the devils that approached him. Whether it was the low-level demons or those at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, none of the demons could stop his advance. As the demons madly converged towards Yi Tianzong, the experts from the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands were also rapidly approaching Yi Tianzong's position. Most of the demons in the underground lair rushed towards Yi Tianzong, which greatly reduced the difficulty for the others in the front. The arrival of these allied forces lessened the pressure on Yi Tianzong. He massacred the demons wantonly while Yi Tianzong continued to advance deeper into the demonic nest. The demon envoys had already been eliminated, and the transmission channel in the depths of the basement had been destroyed. Besieging the stronghold and attacking reinforcements was no longer feasible, so they had to completely destroy this demon stronghold. In the past, Yi Tianzong had planned to keep the demons as a whetstone for all the factions of the Central Plains, so that they wouldn't always think about internal strife. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the entire Haoranjin sect only sent out less than 20% of their forces to join the demon-killing alliance to fight against the demon race. Otherwise, if Yi Tianzong and the Haoranjin sect got serious, they would eventually wipe out all the demons on the ground, even though they would suffer a lot of casualties. However, things didn't go as planned. Yi Tianzong's decision to keep the demons alive gave them time to accumulate their strength. Through the overall strength of this demon stronghold, it could be seen that the strength of the entire Abyss demon race was at least 3 times stronger than what they had shown in the war against the demon-killing alliance. Just this demon stronghold was so powerful. If he and Xinyu weren't there, then the Haoranjin sect would have to pay a considerable price to destroy this demon stronghold. Demon envoys had appeared in these important demon strongholds outside, so in the demonic mountain range, the demon stronghold on the ground, there must be more than 5 demon envoys. After seeing the strength of this demon stronghold, Yi Tianzong no longer wanted to avenge the dead Haoran sect. In order to avoid uncontrollable things from happening again, he now planned to uproot all the important demon strongholds in the Central Plains, leaving only the demon stronghold in the demonic mountain range. After more than an hour of wantonly killing all the demons in this demon stronghold, which stretched more than 500 kilometers underground and was more than 10 kilometers deep, were finally wiped out by all the experts of the Allied forces, leaving no survivors. After more than an hour of strong output, Yi Tianzong was a little out of breath, and nearly 70% of the Fa Li in his body had been consumed. Looking at Xinyu and Ling Xinyue standing beside him, Yi Tianzong nodded slightly, and then said to the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, "This demon stronghold has been destroyed, but the real war has just begun. You have all seen the strength of this demon stronghold. The strength of the various sects in the Central Plains is increasing, and the strength of the demons is also increasing. Their development speed is not any slower than ours. Just a few of the important strongholds in the periphery already have experts like the demon envoys. Then in the demonic mountain range, the demon stronghold, there will definitely be even more demon envoys. The strength of the demons in the demonic mountain range will be even stronger. Now is not the time for a decisive battle, so we should completely uproot the other strongholds in the periphery. Otherwise, even more uncontrollable things will happen. What we need to do next is to integrate the majority of the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains in the Demon-Killing Alliance, and completely uproot the demon strongholds in the periphery. All that is left is to have a decisive battle with the demons in the demonic mountain range. Does anyone have any opinions? Yi Haoran and the entire Haoranjin sect naturally supported Yi Tianzong. Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters also thought that Yi Tianzong's words were reasonable. The strength of these few sects was far from enough to uproot the demon strongholds. They had to integrate the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains. After completely annihilating all the demons in the stronghold, the people of Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Masters returned to their respective sects through the teleportation formation and the teleportation channel. After arranging the aftermath, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters all came to Tianjiao City, where the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters was located. Yi Tianzong gathered all the leaders of the human and demon clans in the Central Plains. He sat on the seat of the chief of the demon-killing alliance and said to the nearly 2,000 people in the alliance hall, "Just yesterday, our Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, Taishan sect, Truyen sect, Heavenly Snow sect, Misty sect, Heavenly Sword sect, Xianluo sect, Drifting Cloud sect, Wuji sect, Gulin sect, and Xiaoyao sect gathered their forces and completely destroyed an important stronghold of the demon clan. When the devil race's stronghold was destroyed, 7 devil envoys appeared on the devil race's side. The so-called demon envoys were the ones who led the annihilation of our demon-killing alliance's 6 sub-alliances. This demon envoy is extremely powerful. Currently, only I and my section you can deal with it. There definitely aren't many demon envoys among the demon race, and now 7 of them have already been killed by me and Xinyu. However, when we destroyed the demon clan stronghold, I discovered that the true strength of the demon clan stronghold was at least 3 times stronger than when they fought against our demon-killing alliance. In that case, the strength of the demon clan stronghold, the demonic mountain range, will definitely be even more unfathomable. Therefore, this time my Haoranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands have gathered all of you for the purpose of completely destroying the 100 or so demon clan strongholds scattered throughout the Central Plains to avoid the uncontrollable situation that happened a few days ago. After eradicating these demon clan strongholds, we only need to deal with the demon clan in the demonic mountain range. After Yi Tianzong stated the purpose of gathering all the leaders of the various forces, everyone in the alliance's main hall began to discuss with each other. None of the leaders of the various forces were idiots. Of course, they knew that Yi Tianzong's proposal was correct. It would be beneficial to all the forces of the human race and the demon race. The battles with the demon clan in the ancient era were basically recorded by all the major forces in the Central Plains. Many Wu Xing experts had fought with the demon clan before. Compared to the battles with the demon clan in the ancient era, and compared to the current situation, the situation was already very good. Chapter 194. Please add and subscribe to my book. The strongholds of the demon race were scattered all over the Central Plains, and they were a great threat to the nearby human race and demon race forces. Under the strong approval of the human race and demon race forces, near the strongholds of the demon race, the entire demon-killing alliance finally agreed to gather forces to destroy the strongholds of the demon race. Of course, after agreeing to this plan, the other forces of the demon-killing alliance, under the support of Yi Tianzong, began to encircle and annihilate the 34 super forces and 2 holy lands that had been passive in fighting against the demon race. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the internal situation. This was something that Yi Tianzong agreed with. Once the war between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race broke out, these passive super forces and holy lands would definitely drag the demon-killing alliance down. It was better to eliminate them first to eliminate future troubles. After deciding to completely destroy the strongholds of the demon race, all the human race and demon race forces in the Central Plains were mobilized. Not only the super forces and holy lands, but also the first-rate forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces, under the orders of the super forces and holy lands, all gathered forces above the level of Wu Zongjing and Wu Zongjing. Then they went to the strongholds of the demon race in batches through teleportation formations. Such a big movement in the Central Plains naturally could not be hidden from the spies of the demon race. With just a little investigation, they knew that the demon-killing alliance was going to have an unprecedented, decisive battle with the demon race. Naturally, the demon race would not sit still and wait for death. Not only did they also gather forces, but they also sent 2 billion demon race soldiers to the strongholds of the demon race in the demonic mountain range, which was the headquarters of the demon race, to provide support. All the forces of the Central Plains had been preparing for 2 months. Even in the vicinity of the weakest stronghold of the demon race, there were 30 million demon-killing alliance soldiers, including 10,000 experts at the level of Wusheng. This time it was not only the super forces and holy lands that were dealing with the demon race, but also the experts of the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces. The overall strength of the demon race had been greatly increased. In order to prevent the demon envoys from going on a killing spree during the war with the demon race's strongholds, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had headed straight for the Sky Demon Mountain range a day before the battle began. When they reached the Sky Demon Temple outside the Sky Demon Mountain range, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu each took out a dozen or so explosive flame pearls and threw them down the Sky Demon Peak. Then they didn't hide their auras at all. Following a series of earth-shattering explosions, tens of thousands of unprepared devilish beings were instantly killed. All the Wu Shang level experts on Heavenly Devil Peak, who were alarmed by the commotion, flew hundreds of miles into the sky and saw Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu. As Yi Tianzong was the #1 enemy of the demon race, all the experts at the level of Wu Zun and above could recognize him. Suddenly seeing Yi Tianzong coming to their Heavenly Devil Peak, all the Wu Shang level experts of the demon race were gnashing their teeth in hatred. But at the same time, they were also very frightened. These people on Heavenly Devil Peak were not enough for Yi Tianzong to kill. The palace master of the Sky Demon Temple, who was guarding the Sky Demon Temple, immediately sent out a signal for help of the highest level at the sight of Yi Tianzong. After flying thousands of miles into the sky, a long black arrow directly exploded, and the sound wave of the explosion spread tens of thousands of miles away. After seeing the signal for help sent out by the people of the Sky Demon Temple, Yi Tianzong didn't give the palace master any time to talk nonsense. He directly sent out a divine soul attack, causing these thousands of Wu Shang level experts of the demon race to stagger in the sky to hold their heads and wail in pain. After that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu rushed into the camp of the demon race with the boundless divine sword in their hands. Boundless divine sword in their hands, Ling Xinyue, and colored glass divine sword in their hands. The three of them easily killed the devils in front of them each time they swung their swords, as if they were killing ants. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had killed the majority of the demon race. They didn't chase after the remaining few. After all, they didn't come here to kill these small fries. After throwing dozens of exploding flame pearls at the Heavenly Devil Peak, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continued to advance towards the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range. However, this time they didn't fly at a low altitude of hundreds of miles. Instead, they flew at a height of thousands of miles. Flying at a height of thousands of miles, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continuously threw down exploding flame pearls at the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range, causing a huge commotion. Behind the three of them, thousands of Wu Sheng level demon race experts gradually gathered. Moreover, the number of demon race experts was still increasing. These demon race experts behind Yi Tianzong's group all recognized Yi Tianzong. However, they were intimidated by Yi Tianzong's reputation, so they didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited for more of their own race and demon envoys to arrive. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu flew slowly in the sky above the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range. After flying for more than 500,000 miles, they finally stopped. Thus, they had already caused a big enough commotion. The Wu Shang level demon race experts had already rushed over from all directions. Under the leadership of the demon envoys, they surrounded Yi Tianzong's group from all directions. These demon race experts who surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu in the innermost layer were all Wu Shang's 8th or 9th heavenly layer. The demon race experts who were 6th and 7th heavenly layer Wu Shang formed another encirclement around the 8th and 9th heavenly layer demon race experts. Looking at the 10 demon envoys and at least 1 million demon race experts in front of them, Ling Xinyue didn't say anything. She just clenched the divine sword in her hand. Shen Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as she said to Yi Tianzong, You'd better have a way to deal with these demon envoys and demon race experts. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Before Yi Tianzong could speak, a demon envoy on the opposite side laughed sinisterly and said, Jia, Yi Tianzong, you're really arrogant and conceited. Your strength is indeed stronger than us demon envoys, but you think you can behave atrociously in our heavenly Devil Mountain range just because of this? I really don't know if you have a card up your sleeve or if you're courting death. Yi Tianzong said calmly, Oh, you don't have to worry about whether I have a card up my sleeve or if I'm courting death. It's just that I didn't expect that the strength of your demon race in the heavenly Devil Mountain range has already reached such a level. There are already 10 demon envoys, including the 7 demon envoys that were eliminated by my Haranjin sect in the past few months. It seems that the strength of the Wushang demon lord behind you has recovered quite quickly. No wonder you're not afraid of bleeding. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the complexion of the 10 demon envoys on the opposite side suddenly changed. The demon envoy in the middle said, How do you know about the Wushang demon, Lord? What else do you know? Yi Tianzong coldly snorted and said, I know a lot more. At first, I just wanted to leave your demon race behind, leaving a common enemy for the human race and the demon race, so as to avoid internal strife. However, it gave your demon race time to develop and strengthen, and also gave you demon envoys the opportunity to appear. However, it's not too late now. The demon race experts gathered here are also quite powerful forces of your demon race. Destroying you here should be enough for your demon race to feel distressed. The other demon envoy on the other side was so angry that he laughed and said, Humph, you're really talking alarmist even when you're at death's door. Your strength is indeed higher than ours, but the strength of our demon race isn't something you can resist. You're really crazy to think that you can eliminate us. Yi Tianzong didn't speak again. Instead, he sighed, and a divine talisman that exuded an obscure, purifying aura appeared in his hand. This was the complete version of the purifying divine talisman. Once crushed, it would emit a purifying divine light that would purify and eliminate all demon race experts below the myth realm within a radius of 10,000 li. Tianzong stretched out his left hand and pinched the purifying divine talisman. Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and all the demon envoys and demon race experts were paying attention to Yi Tianzong's movements. When they saw Yi Tianzong stretch out his hand and take out a jade talisman, the demon envoys and demon race experts, who were originally confident of victory, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Not good. Before they could figure out why, Yi Tianzong smiled at them and said, Goodbye. Then, he crushed the purifying divine talisman. The moment the purifying divine talisman was crushed, an incomparably resplendent, purifying divine light, which could purify all dark, evil, and other negative energies in the world, was centered around Yi Tianzong. It formed a purifying halo that was 10 li thick and quickly spread out in all directions. The halo formed by the purifying divine light carried an incomparable purifying power. At a speed faster than light, it swept through the encirclement formed by the demon envoys and demon race experts around Yi Tianzong's group of 3 in an instant. Those demon envoys and demon race experts didn't have time to escape. They were directly purified by the purifying divine light, leaving nothing behind. Those demon race experts who had formed an encirclement outside were also swept away by the purifying divine light, leaving no survivors. In just a short moment, the millions of demon envoys and demon envoys that had originally surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu within a radius of 10,000 li were completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong's jade talisman. The only thing left was the dark demon blood left behind by the 10 demon envoys. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu looked at the vast sky in shock, as if they were in a dream. Yi Tianzong smiled faintly and waved his hand to collect the 10 drops of demon blood. He said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Come back to your senses. Let's continue forward. Ling Xinyue looked at Yi Tianzong with worship and adoration in her eyes. She didn't say anything and just threw herself into Yi Tianzong's arms, tightly hugging Yi Tianzong. Xin, you looked at Ling Xinyue enviously. She couldn't help but ask curiously, what was that just now? Yi Tianzong smiled and said, it's just a purifying divine talisman that I prepared before. It was specially prepared for the demon race. It's just that I only used it today. Chapter 195. After exterminating 10 demon envoys and millions of demon saints, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continued to fly towards the center of the celestial devil mountain range. Along the way, the three of them threw exploding flame pearls towards the bottom of the celestial devil mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resounded throughout the celestial devil mountain range. Along the way, the demon clan in the celestial devil mountain range was killed or injured by the explosion of the exploding flame beads. The martial sage realm experts of the demon clan formed teams and followed behind Yi Tianzong and the other two with hatred. More and more people gathered. Yi Tianzong and the other two were flying leisurely in front, maintaining a speed of 100,000 miles per hour, 2 hours. They didn't seem to mind that more and more demon race experts were gathering around them. Yi Tianzong had already told the two of them that he still had more than 50 purifying talismans, so they didn't have to worry about being trapped by the demon race. Now, they only needed to make some noise in the celestial devil mountain range. The bigger the noise, the better, to attract the demon race experts. When more and more demon race experts gathered, they would kill them and weaken the demon race's high-level battle strength. The closer they got to the center of the celestial devil mountain range, the more frightened Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu became. The demon race's strength was really too strong. After exterminating the demon envoys for the first time, they flew for another one, 3 million kilometers. Along the way, more and more demon race experts surrounded them. There were already more than 600,000 demon race experts. Since entering the airspace above the celestial devil mountain range, they had only flown for less than 2 million kilometers. They were still tens of millions of kilometers away from the center of the celestial devil mountain range, not even 1/10 of the way there. Along the way, they had encountered more than 2 million demon experts of the 5th heavenly layer and above, and countless demon saint experts of the 5th heavenly layer and below. There were simply too many of them. In less than 2 million miles, the Devil Clan had already displayed so many martial saints, not to mention those at the level of Wu Zun and King Wu. It was hard to imagine how incredible the strength of the Devil Clan in the celestial Devil Mountains had accumulated. Based on the current strength of the humans and demons in the Central Plains, even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat all the demons in the celestial Devil Mountain Range. The closer Yi Tianzong got to the center of the celestial Devil Mountain Range, the more he rejoiced at his decision to eradicate the demon strongholds in the Central Plains. The demon clan made use of the strongholds in the periphery to fight against the demon-slaying alliance, while they were at a slight disadvantage. They had paralyzed all the forces in the Central Plains. In fact, they had unknowingly accumulated a huge amount of strength in their headquarters in the celestial Devil Mountain Range. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to prevent the demon envoys from causing trouble when the demon-killing alliance was eradicating the demon clan strongholds, he wouldn't have come to the celestial demon mountain range and discovered the demon clan's terrifying strength. Perhaps the humans and demons of the Central Plains were still immersed in the beautiful situation of suppressing the demons, unable to extricate themselves. However, the Devil Clan would continue to accumulate strength until the time was ripe. They would launch an all-out attack on the Central Plains and succeed in one fell swoop. It was no wonder that when the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands gathered together every few years to communicate, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the sacred lords of the 10 Holy Lands all said, intentionally or unintentionally, that the strength of the Devil Clan was too weak. It was too different from the strength of the antiquity times, which was somewhat abnormal. Yi Tianzong used to think that the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had suffered too many losses from the Devil Clan in the antiquity times, so they were traumatized by the Devil Clan. Now it seemed that he was a little arrogant and conceited. He had been invincible for too long, which made him a little confused. In the antiquity times, the Devil Clan was able to wreak havoc and run amok. They beat the humans and demons of the Central Plains until they couldn't raise their heads. Countless human and demon forces were destroyed by the Devil Clan. In the end, they had to seek help from the sea race in the Boundless Sea to resist the Devil Clan. The superpowers and holy lands that still existed today were all very powerful forces in the past. They only survived after sacrificing a lot of experts and exhausting most of their resources. Thinking about it this way, how could the Abyss Devil Clan, who could suppress the humans and demons in the past, be suppressed by the Devil-Slaying Alliance, which was only 1/5 of the strength of the Central Plains? Obviously, the Devil Clan deliberately used this to paralyze all the forces in the Central Plains. Moreover, Yi Tianzong knew that because the seal of heaven and earth was broken, the Wushang demon lord of the Abyss Devil Clan, who was at least a great emperor-level existence that was suppressed in the depths of the world, had awakened again and was recovering his strength. Since the Wushang demon lord was recovering his strength, the strength of the Abyss Devil Clan would definitely increase by a large margin. Even the extremely powerful devil envoys were increasing in number. This was not good news. They had to curb the soaring strength of the Devil Clan. Otherwise, if the other forces were destroyed, no matter how powerful they were, when faced with the overwhelming number of Devil Clan, no matter how many trump cards they had, they would run out in the end. At that time, they could only sullenly flee. After continuing to fly for hundreds of thousands of li with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong and the other two stopped. It was not that he had decided to stop, but the surrounding Devil Clan Saint-level experts had already reached 1 million. They already had the confidence to face Yi Tianzong and no longer retreated. Looking at the confident looks of the surrounding Devil Clan experts, Yi Tianzong did not waste any time. He took out another purification talisman and directly crushed it. Another 10 li thick purifying halo rapidly expanded. In a short period of time, all the Devil Clan experts within a radius of 10,000 li had completely disappeared. This time, no devil envoys appeared and nothing was left. The violent and evil negative aura that had originally filled the air because of the gathering of the Devil Clan was also completely purified by the purifying light emitted by the purification talisman. After eliminating another wave of Devil Clan Saint-level experts, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu continued to leisurely advance, flying towards the depths of the Heavenly Devil mountain range. Just like before, they once again threw down explosive flame pearls along the way, causing a big commotion and attracting the Devil Clan experts. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu were dealing with the Devil Clan in the Heavenly Devil mountain range, the Devil-Slaying Alliance's army was already in full battle array around all the Devil Clan strongholds in the Central Plains, making preparations. Soon a day had passed. The Devil-Slaying Alliance's army from all over the Central Plains launched the fiercest attacks on the Devil Clan strongholds at the same time. There was no so-called probing. This war to completely eradicate the Devil Clan strongholds had entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. In order to completely destroy all the Devil Clan strongholds, all the superpowers and holy lands in the Central Plains took out their own assets. Flame pearls, all kinds of jade talismans that sealed attacks and killing moves, one-time use forbidden weapons, all kinds of trap and kill formations, formation discs, battle armors, weapons, and so on. The Hao Ranjin sect had a total of 13 million official disciples. Out of the 3 million that stayed behind to guard the Tiangang Peak and the territory of the Hao Ranjin sect, 10 million people were sent out to participate in the war. All the disciples below King Wu realm formed small teams of 100 people and formed the Haoran Tiangang sword formation to besiege and kill the low-level devils. Some of the King Wu realm disciples were responsible for throwing the exploding flame pearls at the Devil Clan's camp without restraint. The other group flew in the sky and arranged the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation according to a special formation. The Howren Devil Ceiling Formation was created by Yi Tianzong and the people of the formation and Tools Hall by using the Penglai Sect's Dragon Locking, God Trapping Formation and some other sealing and trapping formations. Once the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation was successfully deployed, it would gather the Howren morality between heaven and earth and form a powerful sealing force of extreme yang. As long as the enemy was within the range of the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, who had comprehended the Howren morality, would not be hindered by the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation and could move freely. The exploding flame pearls were thrown in front of the King Wu realm experts to open a path, while the disciples below King Wu realm formed a sword formation behind them. Under the protection of the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation set up by the King Wu realm experts, the disciples of the Howren Devil Ceiling Formation went on a rampage and crushed everything in their path. Wherever they passed, all the devils were reduced to ashes. As for the Wu Zun realm and Wu Shang realm experts of the Hao Ranjin sect and the Devil Slaying Alliance who wanted to stop them, they would naturally be dealt with by the experts of the Hao Ranjin sect and the Devil Slaying Alliance. Not only the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, but the other major forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the central plains basically adopted the same strategy as the Hao Ranjin sect. The experts of the various forces, such as Marquis Wu or King Wu realm experts, threw the exploding flame pearls as if they were free. Behind them, their own troops formed various formations and killed the devils mercilessly. The devils also had their own battle formations and defensive strategies. They did not show any sign of weakness as they fought the Devil Slaying Alliance's army to the death. Chapter 196. Completely eradicating all of the demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains was destined to be the largest war since the Antiquity Age. At the same time, it was also an important turning point in the war between the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains since the Antiquity Age. If this war was successful, then the human race and the demon race would eliminate all of the demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains, leaving only the celestial Devil Mountain range where the demon race lived. They would completely gain the strategic initiative and break away from the situation where their forces were scattered everywhere. If they were defeated and couldn't even deal with the demon race's strongholds in the periphery, then Yi Tianzong would have to consider whether it was necessary to let the demon-killing alliance continue to exist. In all of the places where the demon-killing alliance and the demon race were fighting, there are countless human race, demon race, and demon race dying at every moment. There were no injuries, only death and survival. Every battlefield was filled with blood and cold winds. It was clearly a hot summer, but on the battlefield, it was as cold as winter. In all of the battlefields where the members of the Hao Ranjin sect appeared, because of the Hao Ranjin sect's valiant attacks, the battles against the demon race were progressing smoothly. In the other strongholds of the demon race, because of their superiority in numbers and strength, they also had the upper hand. If there were no accidents, they would definitely win this war to eliminate the demon race's strongholds. While the demon-killing alliance and the demon race's strongholds were fiercely resisting each other, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were still causing havoc in the celestial Devil Mountain range, attracting the high-level battle forces of the demon race and preventing them from reinforcing the strongholds of the demon race. While the demon-killing alliance and the demon race's strongholds were fighting for a day and a night, Yi Tianzong and the other two had already flown more than 7 million kilometers above the celestial Devil Mountain range and killed 3 waves of demon race experts of the 5th firmament and above. After killing more than 3 million experts of the 6th firmament and above, the demon race in the celestial Devil Mountain range hated Yi Tianzong and the other two to the extreme. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were flying, the demon race didn't send any more saint experts to stop them. Instead, they sent out millions of King Wu and Wu Zun. The number of King Wu and Wu Zun was dozens or even hundreds of times more than the number of martial saints. Since they would die no matter who went up against them, they might as well send out countless demons below the martial saint level as cannon fodder to surround Yi Tianzong and his two companions. They had to exhaust all of Yi Tianzong's trump cards. At the same time, the saint-level demon experts formed another encirclement around Yi Tianzong from all directions in order to prevent Yi Tianzong and the other two from escaping. Yi Tianzong and the other two had caused a ruckus in the celestial Devil Mountain range and discovered the demon race's hidden strength, causing them to lose more than 3 million saint-level experts. The demon race couldn't allow Yi Tianzong and the other two to escape. No matter the price, they had to keep Yi Tianzong and the other two in the celestial Devil Mountain range. When Yi Tianzong and the other two saw that the demon race had sent Wu Zun and King Wu to surround them, they understood the demon race's intentions. However, this time, Yi Tianzong didn't immediately use the divine purification talisman to eliminate the demon race. Instead, he, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu each used what they had learned and picked up the demon race to practice their martial skills. In the eyes of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of Wushang, these demons of Wu Zun and King Wu's level were no different from ants. With a wave of their hands, they could kill dozens or even hundreds of them. Moreover, there was almost an endless number of them, which was perfect for practicing martial skills. Yi Tianzong had a large number of pills on him. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he would crush the divine purification talisman. Then the three of them would take the opportunity to recover their magic power and fight again. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they still had the immortal mansion. At worst, they could bring Ling Xinyue and Xinyu to hide in the immortal mansion. No matter how hard the demon race searched, they wouldn't be able to find them. The immortal mansion was a super treasure of the myriad worlds. As long as Yi Tianzong deliberately concealed it, even if Xinyu had the vision of a supreme celestial lord, she would only think that Yi Tianzong had a cultivation paradise. The so-called cultivation grotto heaven was actually a small world that could accommodate a cultivator and had complete laws and operating functions. The cultivation grotto heaven could absorb energy from the outside world for the cultivator in the grotto heaven to use. The highest level cultivation paradise was comparable to the vast thousand worlds. It was a treasure that all cultivators wanted to obtain. Because of the existence of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue were not worried at all. When Xinyu saw Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue so calm, she naturally knew that they had something up their sleeves. She was also not worried that Yi Tianzong would trick her. She also calmly used the demon race to practice the martial skills and sword techniques of the Divine Moon Heaven Sutra that she had created. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu faced the countless Wu Zun and Wu King level demons that were swarming towards them. They wantonly used the Fa Li in their bodies. Every move and style would destroy at least hundreds of demons. When the demon race saint-level experts at the outermost layer used their primordial spirits to observe that Yi Tianzong and the others did not follow the rules and actually used the demon race as a training ground, they were so angry that they almost exploded. They made up their minds to fight Yi Tianzong and the others and ordered all the Wu Zun and Wu King level demons to attack Yi Tianzong and the others with all their might. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu faced the endless demon race and suddenly felt an enormous pressure. Although they were wearing battle armor, the attacks of the demon race had no effect on them. As long as they did not self-destruct on a large scale, they would be safe. However, if they were to come into close contact with the demon race, the three of them would still feel disgusted. Therefore, they had no choice but to increase the output of their Fa. The power of every move and style became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, more demons were destroyed by them. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu followed the three-talent formation and fought for 6 hours. After 6 hours of high-intensity output, Ling Xinyue, who was the weakest had already used up 90% of her FA. Xinyu, who was next, had used up 60% of her FA. Yi Tianzong had also used up more than 50% of his FA. Noticing the pale face of Ling Xinyue, Yi Tianzong approached Ling Xinyue and pressed down on her shoulder. He took Ling Xinyue into the immortal mansion and let her recover her exhausted FA. After Xinyu saw that Ling Xinyue had disappeared, she was surprised. However, she did not have time to think about it and focused on dealing with the demon race that blotted out the sky. Because of the disappearance of Ling Xinyue, the pressure on Yi Tianzong and Xinyu was even greater. They had no choice but to stay close to each other and destroy the attacking demon race with their backs facing each other. The attacks of the demon race seemed to be endless. Yi Tianzong and Xinyu continued to fight for more than 2 hours. Xinyu had already used up more than 90% of her FA, and Yi Tianzong only had less than 20% of his strength left. The number of demon race that had died under their hands was already innumerable. More than 2 hours had passed in the outside world, but more than 8 hours had passed in the vast expanse immortal abode. With the help of medicinal pills and the rich heaven and earth essence energy in the vast expanse immortal abode, Ling Xinyue had already recovered to her peak condition. Sensing that Ling Xinyue had already recovered to her peak state and that most of his and Xinyu's strength had already been consumed, Yi Tianzong directly crushed a purification talisman. Then, with a thought, Ling Xinyue appeared beside Yi Tianzong. Another purification halo appeared, and all the demon race within 10,000 miles were completely wiped out by the purification divine light. After handing a purification talisman to Ling Xinyue, Yi Tianzong said to her, "They don't dare to come over for the time being. Xinyu and I will recover for a while. You protect us. If the demon race attacks, crush the purification talisman." After speaking, Yi Tianzong said to the panting Xinyu, "Let's recover for a while. This is for you." After speaking, Yi Tianzong threw a storage pouch to Xinyu and then consumed some pills to recover. Xinyu opened the storage pouch and saw that there were over 100 jade bottles filled with pills. A trace of joy flashed through her heart, and she took out one of the jade bottles, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Then she stood in the air and recovered. On the other side, just as Yi Tianzong had expected, when all the demon race within 10,000 miles were instantly wiped out, the demon race that were still 10,000 miles away immediately used all their strength to hide far away. Only after the purification halo had completely disappeared did they dare to continue approaching Yi Tianzong and the others. But when they saw Ling Xinyue standing guard in front of Yi Tianzong and raising the purification talisman in her hand, all the demon race once again retreated 10,000 miles away. The purification talisman's power was simply too strong. The purification divine light that could purify all negative energy was even more effective than Howren's righteous qi. They were simply unable to resist it. All the demon race that had seen its power did not dare to act rashly. But such a stalemate was also not a solution. With the eyesight of the demon race experts, they could naturally see that Yi Tianzong was recovering his strength. In this way, they guessed that Yi Tianzong did not have many powerful killing weapons in his hands like just now. Otherwise, why would he waste his strength to personally go into battle? This was a very good opportunity. As long as they used up all his trump cards and did not give him time to recover, then Yi Tianzong, who had not recovered his strength, would definitely not be able to escape from their inescapable net. The demon race experts, who thought that they had guessed correctly, immediately ordered those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts to once again attack Yi Tianzong and the others. Although those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts were unwilling, they could only brace themselves and once again attack Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. When they saw that the demon race experts had once again swarmed forward and were less than 100 feet away, Ling Xinyue decisively crushed the purification talisman in her hand. Another purification divine halo rose up, and the demon race experts within 10,000 miles once again disappeared completely, until the purification divine halo completely disappeared. The demon race experts 10,000 miles away were still hesitating whether to continue attacking Yi Tianzong and the others. But the demon race experts, who were certain that Yi Tianzong did not have many trump cards, once again ordered those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts to launch an attack on Yi Tianzong and the others. Those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts were slowly and tentatively approaching Yi Tianzong and the others. When they saw that only Ling Xinyue and the others were in a fighting posture among the three of them, those demon race experts who were besieging them immediately put down most of their fear and directly attacked with a surging momentum. But just as they were 100 miles away, Yi Tianzong opened his closed eyes. Looking at the aggressive demon race experts, he once again took out a purification talisman. Under the fearful gazes of those demon race experts, he revealed a merciless smile and said softly, "Goodbye." Then another wave of demon race experts was mercilessly wiped out. After more than an hour, Yi Tianzong's FA Li had already recovered by 70%, and Xinyu had also recovered by about 70%. Even if they were to engage in another battle with the demon race, it would not matter. Looking at the demon race experts who had stopped advancing in the distance, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu naturally would not take the initiative to attack. The more time passed, the more strength Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu would be able to recover, and it would be more advantageous for them. A quarter of an hour passed, half an hour passed, and seeing that the demon race experts in the distance did not launch an attack, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, "Since they don't dare to come over, then let's continue forward. At the same time, we will continue to recover our FA Li. In any case, our mission and goal is to cause a commotion in the demonic mountain range and delay the high-level forces of the demon race, especially those demon envoys. There are definitely still demon envoys in the demonic mountain range, and we cannot allow them to reinforce the strongholds of the demon race." Chapter 197. Yi Tianzong's guess was correct. The 10 demon envoys that were killed at the beginning were not all the demon envoys in the demonic mountain range. There were still 13 demon envoys in the center of the demonic mountain range. Including the 7 demon envoys that were killed in the demon race's stronghold, the demon race had a total of 30 demon envoys. 30 demon envoys were very powerful. Without the help of the divine purification talisman, even if Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu joined forces, they would absolutely not be able to resist the siege of 30 demon envoys. At this time, in the depths of the demonic mountain range, the remaining 13 demon envoys already knew about the situation when Yi Tianzong's group of 3 flew all the way here. They knew that if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Yi Tianzong's group by relying on their numbers, they would only bring huge casualties to the demon race. Therefore, the remaining 13 demon envoys had already used the resources in their hands to set up the 9 underworlds God refining demonic array when Yi Tianzong had killed the 10 demon envoys. This 9 underworlds God refining demonic array was mainly made of 9 nefarious blood crystals, supplemented by countless other materials that were contaminated with evil and demonic energy. Each nefarious blood crystal was formed by the blood, resentment, and evil energy of countless creatures that had died unjustly. It had the terrifying power of polluting, corroding, and dissolving the divine body and soul of a myth realm expert. After several days of preparation, the 9 underworlds God refining demonic array was finally about to be completed. The 13 demon envoys wanted to use this array to eliminate Yi Tianzong, their great enemy. Every demon envoy's face revealed a sinister expression of vengeance. On the other side, Yi Tianzong's group of 3 did not know that the demon race had specially prepared a trump card for them. They continued to leisurely stroll in the sky above the demonic mountain range. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu continued to contend with the demon race in the sky above the demonic mountain range. On the other side, the demon-killing alliance, which had gathered all the human race and demon race forces in the Central Plains, had already reached the most intense and critical moment in the battle with the demon race's stronghold. This time, All the third-rate forces, and above in the Central Plains, had gathered together. The demon-killing alliance was much stronger than the demon race's stronghold. After more than 2 days of fighting, the demon-killing alliance's army had gained an obvious advantage in all the battles against the demon race's strongholds. They had basically pushed into the demon race's strongholds. At the same time, they encountered the fiercest resistance from the demon race. In order to resist the attack of the demon-killing alliance, all the low-level demons who were equivalent to warriors, and masters of martial arts had joined the battle. Although these low-level demons were weak, there were too many of them. Even the smallest demon stronghold had tens of millions of low-level demons. They fought back madly, regardless of the cost. This caused a lot of trouble for the demon-killing alliance's attack. However, under the attack of the fiery pearls of the disciples of the big forces, those low-level demons didn't cause much damage to the demon-killing alliance in the end. Seeing that victory was in sight, all the forces of the demon-killing alliance became spirited. Under the leadership of the martial venerables and martial sages of the big forces, they rushed into the underground lairs of the demon-killing alliance's strongholds without caring about their tired bodies. After breaking into the underground lairs, all the members of the demon-killing alliance started a massacre. As long as they saw a living devil, they wouldn't show any mercy. They would search all the underground lairs of the devil race and kill every single devil they could find. After plundering all the resources of the underground lairs of the demon race, the experts of the demon-killing alliance finally gathered their forces and completely destroyed the underground lairs of the demon race, eliminating any possibility of the demon race appearing again. Even with the demon race's reinforcements, the demon-killing alliance's army, who were fighting against the demon race's strongholds all over the Central Plains, continuously sent back good news that the demon race's strongholds had been destroyed. After another day, all the battles against the demon race had ended. The demon-killing alliance's army had completely destroyed all the known demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains. Even the underground lairs had been completely destroyed. This war, which lasted for nearly 5 days, finally ended with the demon-killing alliance's victory. This war had destroyed all the strongholds of the demon race in one go. At the same time, the demon-killing alliance had also paid a huge price. The number of casualties was innumerable. It could be said that the warriors of the Central Plains had lost at least 20% of their strength. However, the victory was still something to be happy about. After completely destroying the underground lairs of the demon race, the demon-killing alliance's army began to retreat one after another. They returned to their respective bases. The Hao Ranjan sect had sent out 10 million people. Because of the reasonable and effective tactics and the advantages of restraining the demon race, they had only lost less than 500,000 people. However, they had annihilated at least a few 100 million demons. Among the forces of the demon-killing alliance, this was the most glorious battle record. After this war, the other superforces and holy lands of the Central Plains were shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Yi Haoren, Su Mingxin, Yi Haoyun, and the other 8 members of Yi Tianzong's family. Although they knew that Yi Haoren and the others were very powerful, only a few people knew about it. After all, as the family of the #1 expert of the Central Plains, their strength couldn't be too weak. However, they didn't expect them to be so strong. Wu Sheng's 9th Heaven demon race experts were simply powerless in the hands of Yi Haoren, Yi Yuanshan, and the others. On the battlefield with the demon race, they were simply invincible. This really made the holy lords, sect masters, and family masters, who were equally matched with the demon race, feel a blow to their hearts. They originally thought that their strength was not bad, but they didn't expect to be so weak. In fact, Yi Tianzong's parents and relatives had never stopped improving their strength. With Yi Tianzong's guidance from time to time, various extreme environments were specially arranged to assist their cultivation, and various powerful elixirs and liquids were also arranged for them. The strength of Yi Haoren and the others had been improving all the time. According to Yi Tianzong's classification, they had now reached the peak of the king realm in Wu Shang's 9th heaven. In the face of ordinary and elite experts of the same level, they could easily kill the enemy. In the past, there weren't many times when they needed to take action. Now, in the war with the demon race, Yi Haoren, Yi Yuanshan, Sumingxin, Li Qingya, and the others' powerful strength shocked the world. With all kinds of resources seized from the demon race's nest, the people of Hao Ranjin sect gradually returned to Tiangang Peak. After settling everything, Yi Haoren and the others and other high-level members of Hao Ranjin sect gathered in the Haoren Hall. Yi Haoren said with some worry, "Now that the demon race's stronghold has been completely eradicated, I don't know how Tianzong, Elder Xinyue, and Elder Xinyue are doing in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. We can't inform them. I hope they won't be in danger." After Yi Haoren finished speaking, Wan Li, the Lord of Merit Hall, said, "Young Master's strength is invincible, and he has the help of Young Master's wife and Elder Xinyue. I think they can't defeat the demon race, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem for them to escape." At that time, Young Master said that he would pin down the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range for 7 days. There is less than 1 day left. Young Master and the others should come back safely. Yi Haoren sighed and suppressed the worry in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Now we can only wait for Tianzong to come back safely. Otherwise, we will cause trouble if we go to the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. If everything goes well, Tianzong will come back in 2 days at most. Now, let's discuss the aftermath of those who died in the battle." The battle between the Demon-Killing Alliance and the Demon Race's stronghold lasted for nearly 5 days. In the end, they won. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were still entangled with the demon race in the sky above the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. After another fierce battle with the demon race and eliminating 2 waves of demons at the level of Wu Zun and Wu King, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had flown more than 10 million miles above the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. After recovering to their peak state again, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu finally met the demon envoy waiting in front of them after flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. Chapter 198. Yi Tianzong looked at the demon race camp that seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Under the lead of the 13 demon envoys, they were calmly looking at the 3 of them without the slightest fear of the trump cards in their hands. At the same time, Yi Tianzong felt a faint sense of danger. Without waiting for Yi Tianzong to speak, the one in the middle of the 13 demon envoys said with a strong killing intent and satisfaction, "Yi Tianzong, I have to say that you are indeed worthy of being the greatest enemy of our demon race. We are also clear about your purpose in coming to the demonic mountain range. It is nothing more than to buy time for that so-called demon-killing alliance and to restrict our strength. However, we have also underestimated you. Who would have thought that you would have a trump card that specifically counters our demon race? Along the way, you have caused our demon race to suffer disastrous losses and caused our demon race to lose another 10 demon envoys. However, this time you will not have any chance. I will completely bury you in the demonic mountain range. Do it." After the demon envoys finished speaking, they immediately activated the 9 underworlds God refining demon formation that had been set up in the air for thousands of kilometers. The instant the 9 underworlds God refining demon formation was activated, a dark blood-red barrier that covered thousands of kilometers appeared, trapping Yi Tianzong and the other 2 inside. Being in the 9 underworlds God refining demon formation was like being in another world filled with filth, corrosion, and blood. Not only did it firmly restrict Yi Tianzong and the other 2's ability to move, but an evil and dark power was also corroding and dissolving Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's souls and primordial spirits. Yi Tianzong was in the formation, and as far as the eye could see, everything was dark blood-red. In this boundless blood-red world, countless evil spirits with overflowing resentment swarmed towards him, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu. The sense of danger in Yi Tianzong's heart rose to the limit, and the fatal threat was like a thorn in his side. Yi Tianzong immediately gathered all the strength in his body and directly sent Ling Xinyue and Xinyu into the immortal mansion. Then he took out 3 purification talismans and crushed them all at once. The 3 divine purification talismans were crushed at almost the same time. Immediately, a strengthened divine purification ring rose in the seemingly boundless dark, blood-red world. The 9 hells god refining demon formation was filled with the purification divine light that could purify all dark and evil auras. The countless evil spirits that were swarming towards Yi Tianzong from all directions were completely purified by the divine purification light. While the divine purification light was still purifying the seemingly endless world of blood, Yi Tianzong activated the power of his spirit and sensed the invisible array boundary. Yi Tianzong raised the boundless god sword, and the aura of his entire body exploded. 99% of the Fa Li in his body gathered into the boundless god sword. At this moment, without Ling Xinyue and Xinyu by his side, Yi Tianzong did not have any scruples. In order to break the array boundary, Yi Tianzong used the Annihilation Strike that he had never used before in the profound spirit world. The Annihilation Strike was a secret technique that Yi Tianzong created by combining many secret techniques. In a short period of time, it could greatly increase one's strength and unleash an ultimate attack. It could be said that it was a trump card that could be used in desperate situations. Yi Tianzong's boundless dermic powers were channeled into the boundless godly sword. Then he performed the sword manipulation technique and became one with the boundless godly sword. His entire being became one with the boundless godly sword, and the boundless godly sword expanded to become a 10-meter-long golden sword. Then, like a bolt of lightning, the huge golden sword pierced through the obstruction of space and instantly attacked the boundary of the 9 underworlds, god-refining demonic formation. Because of the attack of the divine purification talisman, the power of the 9 nether blood crystals that were the foundation of the 9 underworlds, god-refining demonic formation, was slightly reduced. Then, under the extreme attack of Yi Tianzong's secret technique, the boundless god sword finally broke through the array boundary. As soon as Yi Tianzong broke through the boundary of the 9 nether god-refining demon formation, he dispelled the state of being one with the sword. Then, under the astonishment and disbelief of the surrounding demon envoys and other experts of the Devil Clan, he took out a purification talisman and crushed it again. Because the 13 demon envoys and the demon clan experts were very confident in the 9 underworlds, god-refining demonic formation, and had gathered together to provide energy for the formation, they were all close to the boundary of the formation. But now, after Yi Tianzong crushed the divine purification talisman, it was too late for them to regret. A divine purification ring that enveloped an area of 10,000 miles appeared, and all the demon envoys and demon clan experts within 10,000 miles disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only 13 drops of demon blood. The sudden attack instantly caused the demon clan to lose 13 demon envoys and hundreds of thousands of demon clan experts on the level of Wushang and Wuzun. After Yi Tianzong crushed the purifying divine talisman, he disappeared into the vast expanse immortal abode with a single thought. At this time, in the cultivation area of the immortal mansion, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu were waiting with some worry. After seeing Yi Tianzong appear with a pale face, Ling Xinyue immediately went to Yi Tianzong's side and supported Yi Tianzong's arm. Yi Tianzong said, "I'm fine. I've used up too much energy. I'll recover first." Then he swallowed a pill and sat down cross-legged to recover. The rich yuan qi of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion was quickly absorbed and refined by Yi Tianzong, replenishing the Fa Li he had consumed. Seeing Yi Tianzong peacefully recover, Ling Xinyue let go of the worry in her heart and sat beside Yi Tianzong, looking at Yi Tianzong. Xin Yu came to Ling Xinyue's side and sat down cross-legged. After glancing at Yi Tianzong, she asked Ling Xinyue softly, Do you usually cultivate here? Ling Xinyue turned her head and looked at Xinyu with her clear eyes. After a while, she said, "This is a cultivation paradise. The density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the flow of time are 4 times faster than the outside world. Before this, other than me, even my in-laws didn't know about this. If it wasn't for the critical situation today, you wouldn't have known either." Hearing Ling Xinyue's words, Xin Yu's heart trembled. She sucked in a breath and said, "This kind of cultivation paradise that can change the flow of time is not much different from an independent world. It's a treasure that countless cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. Once it appears, it will cause endless bloodshed. I felt that he had great luck before, which was why I wanted to join the Hao Ranjin sect. Now it seems that I still underestimated him. Such a top-notch cultivation grotto heaven was a rare treasure even in the great wide world. Anyone who obtains it will hide it. If he can share it with you, you really didn't follow the wrong person. I can see that for you to reach your current level, he must have used countless resources. You're really lucky." After Xin Yu finished speaking, Ling Xinyue still looked at her with a clear expression. After looking at Ling Xinyue for a while, Xin Yu slightly shifted her gaze and said with a trace of bitterness, "I know what you mean. This place can't be known to those who aren't close to me. I've merged with Lian Yu's consciousness, and I don't reject becoming his woman. Moreover, it's also good for me, but everything is still up to him. If he doesn't agree, what can I do?" After speaking, Shen Yu looked bitterly at Yi Tianzong, who was recovering. After Ling Xinyue heard Xin Yu's words, she didn't look at Xin Yu anymore. She turned her head and continued to look lovingly at Yi Tianzong. After seeing Ling Xinyue looking lovingly at Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu sighed and also turned her head to look at Yi Tianzong. After a while, Xin Yu suddenly said softly, "You love him so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll fight with you in the future?" After Ling Xinyue heard Xin Yu's words, she was silent for a moment and said, "Right now, I'm not as good as you, but in the future, I won't be." After hearing this, Xin Yu chuckled and said, "I'm not an ungrateful person. I have my pride and won't be your rival in love. His future is limitless. You and I will have many enemies in the future." At this time, Yi Tianzong was a little embarrassed in his heart. Although he was recovering his Fei, he could still hear the words of Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu. Today's situation was also unexpected. He didn't expect that the demon clan would have a killing move. If it wasn't for his quick reaction and directly breaking out of the formation before it reached its maximum power, he could only hide in the immortal mansion to avoid this disaster. At the same time, he didn't want Xin Yu to know about the immortal mansion, but now she knew. Just like what Ling Xinyue meant, a secret like the immortal mansion could only be known by people who were very close to it. Even Yi Tianzong's parents and relatives lived separately from Yi Tianzong, so it wasn't convenient for them to share the cultivation functions of the immortal mansion. Until now, only Ling Xinyue knew about it. Now that Xin Yu knew about this secret, she had to think of a solution. And the best way was to let Xin Yu become Yi Tianzong's woman. This was the safest and most effective way. Obviously, Ling Xinyue knew about this solution. Xin Yu knew about it, and Yi Tianzong also knew about it. After 6 hours, Yi Tianzong recovered to his peak state. After opening his eyes, he looked at Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu in front of him, and the three of them fell into an inexplicably awkward atmosphere. Just now, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu's words were very clear, and they didn't hide it from Yi Tianzong. At this time, Yi Tianzong also couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. He had to give an explanation. Moreover, Xin Yu was such a peerless beauty. Yi Tianzong would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't moved at all. After being silent for a while, Yi Tianzong finally steeled his heart and made a decision. Screw face and pride, he let out a long sigh and said, "I heard what you said just now. Only people who are close to me know about this cultivation paradise. Before, other than Ling Xinyue, my parents didn't know about it. Since Xin Yu knows, I don't want to imprison you here. So there's only one solution. Are you sure you won't regret it? Xin Yu met Yi Tianzong's gaze, smiled lightly, and said firmly, "Of course, I know what I'm doing, and I won't regret it." After hearing Xin Yu's answer, Yi Tianzong also took out his responsibility and said, "Okay, when we return to the Hao Ranjin sect, I will announce to the whole sect that I will openly marry you. From now on, you will also be my woman." Then Yi Tianzong stood up, walked a few steps forward, and hugged Ling Xingyue. He sniffed her hair and said softly, "Little girl, I've wronged you. It's good to have you. I will never let you down. Even if I fall into an endless abyss, it won't change." Ling Xingyue didn't say anything, and only hugged Yi Tianzong tightly, enjoying Yi Tianzong's embrace. On the other side, Xin Yu had a faint smile, quietly looking at Yi Tianzong and Ling Xingyue, and didn't say anything. Chapter 199. After quietly hugging Ling Xingyue for a while, Yi Tianzong said, "Just now, after breaking the formation, I used the divine purification talisman to eliminate a portion of those demon envoys and demon clan experts outside. Now, the demon clan outside is like a group of dragons without a leader. It's time for us to continue moving forward. Since we've already made a trip here, we have to go to the center of the demonic mountain range to take a look." After staying in the immortal mansion for 8 hours, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu once again appeared in the outside world. At this time, because of the sudden disappearance of the divine purification talisman that Yi Tianzong had crushed, the demon clan outside had only sent a portion of their forces to continue to guard the place after their initial fruitless search. After Yi Tianzong and the other two appeared, they were immediately discovered by the demon clan that had stayed behind. Towards these demon clan experts, Yi Tianzong and the other two did not show any courtesy. After directly killing a batch of them, they continued to advance towards the depths of the demonic mountain range. This time there were also demon clan experts who followed behind them because of the commotion caused by the three of them. However, because of the previous failures and huge casualties, even the 9 nether god refining demon formation prepared by more than 20 demon envoys had fallen into it. Therefore, although more and more demon clan experts gathered, they did not get too close, nor did they take the initiative to besiege the three of them. When Yi Tianzong and the other two quickly flew for more than 30 million li and were about to reach the center of the demonic mountain range, Yi Tianzong and the other two stopped again. Dozens of li in front of the three of them, under the leadership of 30 demon envoys, countless saint-level experts of the demon clan formed a vast and huge demon formation according to a special position. Yi Tianzong hurriedly used his divine soul to scan the area. The demon formation formed by those saint-level experts of the demon clan occupied a vast area of over 10,000 li. Tianzong's divine soul was unable to detect anything further. Another 30 demon envoys appeared. Yi Tianzong's mind shook. Looking at the huge battle array in front of him, Yi Tianzong felt that the super battle array formed by these demons was not simple. It was much more powerful and strange than the 9 nether deity refining battle array. If he entered it rashly, he would definitely be in big trouble. Although he had the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong didn't want to rely on the immortal mansion to avoid dangers except for cultivation. Yi Tianzong felt the danger ahead, and Ling Xingyue and Shen Yu also felt the fatal danger. In particular, the 30 demon envoys made them extremely shocked, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they silently waited for Yi Tianzong to make his decision. Yi Tianzong looked at the scene of dark clouds in front of him and weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Although he was somewhat unwilling, it was obvious that if they still insisted on going to the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range, it was unrealistic with just the three of them. Unless Yi Tianzong used the trump card he had prepared in his previous life, but it was obviously not worth it. Moreover, since entering the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range for 30 million li, which was the current inner area of the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range, Yi Tianzong clearly felt that these demons near the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range were not the same as the demons in the outer area. These demons in the center of the inner area were not only more powerful, but compared to the demons in the outer area, the dark and evil demon chi on these demons in the inner area was denser, and it was easier to infect and corrode the strength and will of a martial artist. Simply put, once a normal martial artist was injured by these demons, then they would be corroded by the demon chi on these demons, thus losing their reason and becoming a member of the demon clan. It was very dangerous and terrifying. Once these demons came out of the mountain and fought with the human clan and monster clan of the Central Plains, the human clan and monster clan of the Central Plains would be caught off guard and would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Yi Tianzong's face was gloomy and uncertain as he pondered. The demon envoys and demon clan powerhouses that formed a super demon array on the other side didn't take the initiative to attack. They just quietly watched Yi Tianzong's group. Yi Tianzong thought for a moment and finally decided not to move forward. By now, the three of them had already been in the Heavenly Devil Mountain range for 8 days. They had already exceeded the 7 days that they had agreed to with Yi Haoran and the others. And the demon array in front of them wasn't so easy to break through. Even though Yi Tianzong still had dozens of purifying talismans, Yi Tianzong didn't want to use them all up now. Moreover, even if they used them up, they might not necessarily be able to eliminate these demons in front of them. If the delay was too long, then the Haoranzhen sect would be worried that the three of them would come to the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. Therefore, Yi Tianzong finally decided to return. In any case, the other demon strongholds had already been wiped out, and only the Heavenly Devil Mountain range was left. This time they couldn't completely explore the situation. So the next time they came, they would bring the allied forces of the Central Plains to explore again. Having made a decision in his heart, Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and said, looking at the attitude of the demon clan, once we continue to move forward, they will definitely fight us to the death at any cost. Although we don't need to be afraid of them. Now is not the time to fight them head-on. Let's leave some mystery behind. The next time we come here, it will be the real, decisive battle with the demon clan. Yi Tianzong had already decided, and Ling Xinyue and Xinyu didn't have any objections. They both nodded. Yi Tianzong then used his spiritual power and said to the demons in front of him, looking at your attitude of fighting to the death, it means that there must be a secret in the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range that you don't want outsiders to know. Although this lord is not afraid of you, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, and I don't want to continue to fight to the death with you in vain. This time, I will leave some mystery behind. The next time this lord comes, it will be the time to completely flatten the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he turned around and returned with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu along the way. It was unknown what the demon clan was thinking. When Yi Tianzong and the other two turned around and left, the countless demons led by the 30 demon envoys didn't chase after them. The demons surrounding Yi Tianzong and the other two also made way for the three of them. Then, 10 demon envoys followed Yi Tianzong and the other 2,000s of miles away, watching Yi Tianzong and the other two finally leave the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. After confirming that Yi Tianzong and the other two had left the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, the 10 demon envoys following behind all breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tianzong's strength was stronger than theirs, and he also had a great weapon to restrain them. The pressure he gave them was really too great. The super demon array they had formed before was also the demon clan's last defense. If Yi Tianzong didn't believe in heresy and insisted on exploring the secret in the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, then they could only gather all the demons and fight Yi Tianzong to the death. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong finally had some misgivings, so he still left. In this trip to the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, the demon clan had lost too much power. Originally, they could completely suppress the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains, but because of Yi Tianzong's interference, they had lost at least 30% of their high-end strength, and even 23 demon envoys with the same status as them had died. They no longer had the strength to absolutely crush the Central Plains, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to recover their strength. The 10 demon envoys carried endless killing intent and resentment towards Yi Tianzong, and finally returned to the depths of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range helplessly. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu left the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. They also embarked on the journey back to the Hao Ranjin sect. After flying for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a human clan city. Using the transmission array in the city, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 spent more than half a day, passing through many places, and finally returned to the Hao Ranjin sect's Tiangang Peak.